circulating online that like people Photoshop in Capra and some dogs in there. Is that one? Yeah. At least you fight it, unlike the Beta Chaos. That one just fails as a boss fight as a whole. We'll get to Beta Chaos, and you might be surprised about how I rank Beta Chaos. Okay. Gaping Dragon. Hey, Rodriguez. Gaping Dragon. The old Gaping D. I think there's some interesting things going on with him, especially with the Channeler active. The idea of the Channeler, if you don't kill this enemy that's outside of the arena, the boss fight becomes harder, which encourages you to explore above. And he can even get buffed by the Channeler. It's honestly just an annoying thing when you're trying to go fast, but like I think that's an interesting design that they put in there. Visually, he's very cool. Like the cutscene that happens when you first see him is like, whoa. Gaping's presentation, yeah. Tail cut gives some points. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Tail cut's cool. But like the actual gameplay of the boss is a little boring. I do think like his design has some interesting things going on. Presentation is cool, but like the actual like gameplay to him is you just kind of wait for him to slam, and then you hit him in the fucking head, and then he runs past you, and then you hit him in the back, and then you just repeat that. So I don't love him on like subsequent playthroughs. And then, yeah, he is pretty annoying for speedruns because he is random with his, you really want the slam, and if he doesn't give you the slam, you lose a bunch of time. So, yeah. I definitely think that this is a boss that goes down in quality on subsequent playthroughs. But it's not like he drops off of a complete cliff, though. But he definitely drops off a bit. Casually better than Butterfly or Capra, though. Yeah. I would definitely agree. I think I'm going to put him in, like... I don't know. Maybe I can put him above Taurus just because he's a little more interesting than Taurus. But, like, he is kind of, like... I think Taurus is more interesting of a fight in, like, subsequent playthroughs than Gaping. But I think off of, like, first playthrough vibes alone, I do think Gaping gets a little bit more than Taurus. Put him at low B. I could definitely see it. I think the first playthrough experience for Gaping is like B, maybe even A tier. But he does fall off a bit after that. Like kind of like Moonlight Butterfly tier later on. And then in speedruns he sucks. I'm gonna have him here because I am definitely colored by like me fighting this boss a whole lot and just being super bored with him. And then in speedruns, him ruining my runs because he doesn't slam. So I think it's fair maybe putting him in B, but I'm gonna put him in the low C just because of the like most of my experience is him being just lame. Okay. Any other early game boss we want to tackle? We could say Pinwheel is an early game boss. I think we're going to go probably to Quelaag here. I mean, we could say Sif, but I think like usually Sif is kind of gated by Hydra and the crest door, so people aren't necessarily going to him. I'm going to say Pinwheel for later because I think most people's experience with Pinwheel is fighting him later on. Not many people go to Pinwheel early because of how annoying Catacombs is. And that's a design flaw we'll talk about when we get to Pinwheel. Stray. We'll do Stray before we go to Iron Golem. But I think it makes sense to do Quelaag now. Okay, Quelaag. Quelaag is a spectacular boss fight. Spectacular. Fucking cinema. Okay? The reveal, amazing. Amazing reveal. You see the spider, you're like, oh shit, I have to fight this big, like, monster spider. And then it slowly pans up to, like, hot lady. Awesome. It has a nice, like, extra element of, like, her putting lava on the ground and area denial without it being too annoying. Because it is a large arena. And the arena also even is, like, not as boring as you might think because of the, there's a lot of different elevation to it, which can definitely change how you approach her. So I think that this is a awesome fight. Like, casually speaking, it's great. And then in subsequent playthroughs, this is like an engaging fight without being super annoying at all, with some additional, like, strats that you can use by staggering the woman part, hitting her in the lady, as I say, to deal extra damage and for staggers. There's also a bit of extra tech where you hit her in the butt to trigger the butt attack. There's a lot of cool strats on Quelaag. There's a lot of cool strafes you can do by getting up close to her. And it's not like an overly annoying fight in any way. And same for speedruns. There's a lot of different variety to the Quelaag fights you'll encounter in speedruns where you might fight her with a BKH, you're going for staggers, or you're fighting her with like a move swap weapon, and you'll go for staggers on her butt, but you know, it's a little bit different of a vibe going on. Also, sometimes you just like annihilate her, but she's never really that bad, except for like maybe 1 or 2 runs, like where you go and fight her with like a really low damage weapon. Okay, bye, Greg. Have a good one. And that is like maybe the only thing about Quelaag I would say is like bad, is that she's a little tanky. She's a tank. She's got a lot of HP. Lava hitboxes on slopes is annoying. That's true because of the way it works. You can get hit by basically lava that you can't see because of the way it intersects with the slope. Yeah, that is annoying. Generally, you just want to avoid fighting her on slopes because she also, like, you can't do as many strafes when she's pointed downwards with her melee attacks. So you want to avoid being on a slope with her in general. Yeah. So I think there's definitely some negatives to Quelaag, but overall, like, one of the best bosses in the game, I would say. I'm going to give her A at the least. Loses points for location. I think she's going to end up being A. She's very good. Very good fight. In, like, all aspects. She's even got good lore going on for her. Like, she's a great boss. Who should we do next, y'all? I'm thinking maybe Sif and Stray. We could do Ceaseless. It's not uncommon for people to encounter Ceaseless right after. The unskippable cutscene at the start of Quelaag drags her down a bit. We can do Ceaseless. It isn't super uncommon for people to discover Ceaseless right after, and I think Ceaseless, like Sif and Stray are all kind of like the same part of the run that you'll encounter them. You could maybe do these later, but like this is about where I would put them. We'll start with Ceaseless though. Why not? Ceaseless, I don't like this boss. Gameplay wise. I think it's a cool boss, like in terms of its like look, and it's got some like interesting things going on, like the how it acts when you pick up the armor set in the arena versus not picking up the armor set, and the fact that you can do this like hidden cheese on it to make it like knock itself off. I think those are cool, but it doesn't really translate to great like gameplay long term. Like maybe the first time you encounter the cheese, you're like, oh, that's really cool. And it does look cool because it's like this big hulking like monster. It's very intimidating. But the actual gameplay of the fight's kind of shitty. Because you're either doing the cheese, which is just gets old, or you're fighting him straight up, and that also gets old. And his fighting him straight up, you also have to deal with like some of the worst hitboxes in the game. Like the hitboxes on some of his attacks are super dumb. Not once have you not done the cheese. I usually don't do the cheese because it's slow. Unless I have like no damage. But it's not like, you know, fighting him straight up is a lot better. We have an ad running, so I'll pause. Okay. On the ranking. But I don't think Ceaseless is going to go very high. You think he's the worst one in the list? I don't know about that. I don't think he's good. What? Let me just like take a look over and see which ones I think. Okay. I see one that I'm gonna probably put low. Pretty fucking low. Yeah, there's a few that are going to get put pretty low. I don't know if I'll have an F. I don't know if I'll have an F. Okay, ad should be over. Shitty fight, one of the best, coolest designs. I think that's a fair assessment. And I kind of agree. And like, dude, it is really cool when he's like shooting fire at you from afar. Even though it's annoying as fuck. But I don't think I can really... I got put him above Capra. I'll put him above Capra, below Butterfly. He's just kind of like lame. He does have a good name. Yeah, I'll give him that. Alright. Sif. I don't like this boss probably more than most people because I'm very much colored by speedrunning. Although I would say that the longer I have done speedruns for, the better this boss has gotten. But let's like go off like first playthrough vibes, subsequent playthrough vibes, non-speedrunning stuff. I don't think he's like a some weapons are pretty annoying to fight him, but that's kind of just a problem with like 4-legged bosses in Souls games, where it can be really hard to hit him. I think the limping aspect is pretty like cool that they added that just to make you like intentionally make you feel bad for fighting him. I think that's cool. Take the 2 different cutscenes into consideration. I think that's cool. Yeah, I think that is cool. This is an interesting design, and there's some nice stuff going on, especially with the lore, how it makes the player feel. I think that's certainly like positive things for Sif, and he's not exactly like a bad fight. He's just annoying in speedruns, man. This is one of the most random bosses in speedruns. I will say though, we have found better strats for this guy as the years have gone on, but he's never gonna not be just an annoying fucker. But, you know, like, I think I can give him a little bit more credit, and I think I'm gonna put him as a low B. I think if it wasn't for the speedrunning aspect, he'd probably be an A for me. But like the speedrun aspect for me brings him down so much because he's just a shitty fight for speedruns. Low A, high P. I think that's understandable, and I don't blame you for that. But like for me, this guy barely gets into B. I think it's just purely because he does. It's not a bad fight. It's just like he's really atrocious for speedruns. Okay. Stray Demon. I don't think Stray Demon's that cool. The one cool thing about Stray is that you get to see him like early on. You get like a sneak peek of him like stomping around, and you're like, oh, I wonder how I get there. And then coming back and finding him is interesting. So that's more of like a world design aspect. The actual like fight with Stray is lame because he doesn't have a wide range of moves. He has a ton of HP, so the fight ends up being a little drawn out. Like he has almost as much HP as Calamite. Now he doesn't have as much like resistance as this Calamite. Like you can bleed this dude like a pig. But the only real like positive thing going for Stray is like the experience of finding him and seeing him before you get to him and all that stuff. And for speedruns, this guy's RNG mess. RNG mess. That you usually end up having to fight way earlier than you would want. I'm not going to put him very high. I think this is probably like a D. Like maybe like... I guess he's a little more enjoyable than Butterfly, but for speedruns, he's like pretty lame. The Demon Betrayal stuff is cool. Yeah, I agree. I guess I'll put him a little bit above Butterfly, because he is like a little more enjoyable of a fight than Butterfly. Yeah, I think this is fair. Not great, though. Not great. All right. So that's all the early stuff before Sin's Fortress. No, we'll place him when we get there. We'll place him when we get there. He's behind the Golden Fog Gate. We want to go kind of in order of the game. Okay, so Sin's Fortress is next. Which means we're going to Iron Golem. I think Iron Golem's pretty cool. Iron Golem is a cool, almost like a gimmick fight. You've got this like giant outside of the arena that makes it more difficult if you choose to not kill him. That's a good point as well, Rodrigo's. The Tarkus stuff is super funny and cool. Them giving you an NPC that can basically solo the boss is really funny, and that definitely adds to the mystique of the fight. He's got a bit of a like variety of a moveset. I will say his grab is insanely bad. I do not like his grab. Although his grab does give you pretty funny memes with the grab cancel that you can do. That's probably his worst thing is his grab attack is super, like the hitbox on it is disgusting. But I think he's like not that bad of a fight, and I think the extra gimmick that they added to him where you can knock him off is so cool. Even if you don't knock him off, just staggering him and then knocking him and having him fall down is cool. I think this is an okay fight. And for speedruns, like the little mini game of trying to get a stagger on him is pretty nice. And this is really one of the most consistent boss fights in speedruns. Because you can manipulate him a lot. It might not be the easiest fight, depending on the strategy that you're using. But he's pretty damn consistent most of the time in speedruns. And there's a lot of variety to the strats that you have to use because you're just going for that stagger into the knockdown. So this creates a lot of variety for speedrunning. So I actually think Golem's like high tier. I think Golem's probably just below Quelaag. Yeah. Not a bad, like the real like negative thing about Golem is the grab hitbox is way too large. A lot of good stuff going for him though. Okay, who's up? We have so we got like Gwendolyn here in Anor Londo. But I think I'm going to put Gwendolyn as a fight after ONS because you typically need an item to access Gwendolyn, or you need to kill Guinevere. Yeah, this seems about right. So we can go straight into ONS. I think this boss sucks. And some people have a really high opinion of it that I will not agree with. I will say this boss is cool for a first playthrough because it's like a spectacle fight. You come into it and then you just have like two fucking dudes fighting you at the same time. And it's like the hardest thing that you've encountered thus far in the game. And it's like, how the fuck do I do this? And it puts pressure on you in your first playthrough to really get good. It's a huge gatekeeper for the rest of the game. And the satisfaction of getting past them is high, for sure. That's first playthrough. About the same thing as gargoyles. Yeah, in the sense that like this is a gatekeeper that's going to teach you how to get good at the game for first playthrough. But I think that subsequent runs and speed runs, this boss is way fucking worse than gargoyles. This boss is very annoying, has a lot of jank going on. I don't think they work that well together. I do think it's cool that like there's like some variety depending on which one that you kill. I think that's a good thing. But they're just so fucking annoying and glitchy and janky that I can't really condone the fight on like subsequent runs. And in speed runs, they're just RNG mess. Yeah, that's the thing as well, Rodriguez. It ends up being like not that much variety because Super Ornstein is so much more annoying than Super Smo. That's one thing I think that they actually messed up on. It's way easier to manipulate Super Smo than it is to manipulate Super Ornstein. And Super Ornstein, you can't even stagger him. So, they did introduce variety in terms of which one you kill first, but they didn't do a good job of balancing it to where most players just kill Ornstein first and then do Super Smo. Although part of that is because Ornstein in the first phase is easier to isolate and kill. So it's kind of like both things combined make it to where most people just go to Super Smo. But there's some gear that Super Ornstein gives you access to if you want it, which can make it to where you would rather kill Ornstein if you want that gear. I don't think this boss is as good as a lot of people give it credit for. But on I think the first playthrough vibes are really strong. I'll give it that. I think I'm going to put it above Gaping, below Sif in C. There's just a lot of like negatives to this fight that I can't really condone. All right. It's Priscilla. Interesting gimmick to the boss. Going invisible. Having to find her with the snow footprints. Some of the arena doesn't have snow on it, so you can't necessarily find her all the time. There's extra tricks you can do, or hitting her with a dagger to see it, or using like the glitchy lock-on strats to find her as well. The option to choose not to fight her is kind of cool. Yeah, that is cool as well. I agree. It is cool. I will say she's a bit simplistic once you make her visible. And the invisibility is like, so like first playthrough, you know, I think this is a cool experience trying to figure it out. And she's not too hard. Depending on when you go there. One of the things that is annoying about her is if you go into the painting like a little unprepared, you're kind of stuck there. This boss can be an absolute nightmare if you just don't have good damage. But most people, I think, have good enough damage when they come here that it's not a huge problem. And it's just kind of like a nice, neat little gimmick fight for you to figure out. Puzzle boss. But subsequent playthroughs, like, this boss is either a nightmare or super easy and just kind of annoying that it turns invisible. There are tricks, though, to make the invisibility not that bad. She's definitely boring on subsequent playthroughs. And, like, the puzzle aspect of her is, like, neat, but I don't think it adds, like, enough to really, like, have me put her super high. That being said, I think she's better than Ceaseless. Now, is she better than Butterfly? I think she's about this range. The tail cut on her is annoying. She doesn't get points for her tail cut because it's fucking lame. I think she's the lowest C. I don't think she's that good. I think she's probably better than Stray, actually. Because Stray and Butterfly are about the same as well for me. Like, I think I'm just putting Stray a little higher because he's a little less boring than Butterfly. I think I'd put him just above. Put her... These three bosses I feel are pretty close. In fact, these are kind of making me reconsider D. Maybe I want to put Ceaseless and Capra in F. Or I could move Capra down to F. Ceaseless could just be a low D. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's some positive things about Capra. But maybe Capra does deserve to be F. I could move. Well, no, F feels so strong though. That's the thing. F is like really bad. I don't think these are bad enough. There's at least enough positives on them to keep them from being Fs. So I think with that philosophy, we're gonna save F for just like really bad. Are you ready for YouTube comments that skip right to the end? Just look at the list, start talking shit about your choices. Bring it on, dude. Put Butterfly for Priscilla. Butterfly is gimmicky but doable. The ranking isn't based off how easy or hard they are. Hey, Death Chain. Yeah, engagement farming is good. I think that's a reason why tier lists... one of the reasons why tier lists get kind of pushed in the algorithm sometimes. The engagement on them can be high. Okay, Gwendolyn. I hate this boss. I think Gwendolyn's a cool design. And like, you know, bit of an interesting gimmick going on, but the gameplay's fucking lame. And in speedruns, this boss is super bad. Unless you use the strategy to... Yeah. The thing is, I'm not going to take toggle strats in consideration for this duck because you can do toggle strats on like so many of the bosses, right? I'm going to do it like not based on that. My ranking based on casual fights, that is a consideration. I'm doing it kind of like a composite of first playthrough, subsequent playthroughs, and speedrunning overall. Otherwise, Sif would not be a B. This boss sucks. And even in like your first playthrough experience, I don't think that Gwendolyn is that great. I think the only thing that's cool about Gwendolyn is that you kind of like have to play around the cycles. So you want to like get staggers and deal a bunch of damage to reduce the cycles, but that's about it. I mean, that's the same thing with like Ceaseless as well. I think this is an understandable place to put Gwendolyn. All right. Now we get to do the rest. I think I'm going to put DLC bosses over here. What is the order that people usually do these, huh? I think Seath usually is probably the first place people go to after they get the Lord Vessel. And then it's usually like maybe Izalith. Then Catacombs, then Kings, probably. Yeah, I think so, Dust Chain. So, like, would this be the order for the rest of this? Yeah, I agree. It's the closest one that people remember. Okay. I think Seath is okay. There is a bit of a gimmick to Seath, but I don't think it's like... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's wait for the ad to end before we do anything. Yeah, no, Nino after Izalith makes sense. And a lot of people probably are going to go according to, like, when they see this, like, if they saw the Golden Fog Gates or not. People probably haven't even seen Nito's Golden Fog Gate at this time, but they might have seen the one by Demon Fire Stage after they've killed, like, Ceaseless, and they kept going into the Demon Ruins, and they see a Golden Fog Gate and then have to get turned back around. And then they also probably saw Seath's as well. The first fight with Seath, I don't know. I guess I can consider that as well. I mean, I think that's interesting, like gameplay design, and doesn't really. They might have seen Nito's Golden Fog Gate quit the game and never return. Yeah, I think that the first encounter with Seath is interesting, and it's not something that really affects your subsequent playthroughs if you learn how to Duke Skip. So we won't take that against it. And then there's the the experience of going to him, dying, going to the prison, escaping, and then finding him again later. Kind of similar vibes to Asylum Demon, where you like come back and actually get to have your revenge on him, which I think is a good thing. Although there's a little more drawn out version of that, where you like go to a prison and all this stuff. And then the actual fight, there's an even extra gimmick where you have to break the crystal, and I think that's cool as well. Although I think that gimmick is a little simplistic, but all in all, like it's got some cool like elements to Seath. This is like a first playthrough experience, and then second playthrough to speedruns, he's just kind of boring. He doesn't do a whole lot. He's really easy to manipulate. Really, the hardest part about Seath and subsequent playthroughs is the clams, not getting clams. But, I mean, if you're not doing a speedrun, you can just quit out to pull up the fog wall and you're good. The curse element to him can be a bit of a bother as well. And I don't really think curse is a good thing. Moonlight Greatsword. Yeah, but getting his tail cut is really annoying. But there's... It's probably less annoying than Priscilla if you have strats for it. But it is definitely a bad tail cut. I think that he's okay. I don't think he's really, really bad. But he's a little underwhelming in like subsequent playthroughs. But like pretty strong for first playthrough. I think with that consideration, just him being a little boring, it's almost kind of like Gaping in a sense, but he's not as annoying as Gaping. So I'm going to put him in B, low B, based off of his good first playthrough vibes, and then subsequent playthroughs are not that bad. Like he's not like gonna ruin your fucking day, you know? Yeah, like the magic of like the whole experience where you first encounter him is gone, but that's how it is for all these bosses. And he's not too annoying. Seath over ONS is going to be an engagement machine. Well, I mean, if you want to be over Seath, simply don't be trash. Did ONS ever consider not being fucking trash? Maybe they would get ranked higher. ONS would be an F tier. You know, and I would say that's fair. Hi, Meishi. All right, Demon Fire Sage. This boss fucking sucks. I don't know about F, but I don't like this boss at all. He's just like Stray, but like the most annoying arena. Like, holy fuck. I hate this fucking boss. Now, in speedruns on Prepare to Die Edition, this fucker is S. If you're speedrunning Prepare to Die Edition, this is literally S tier. Because he doesn't do anything. And he just lets you do an awesome skip. But every other consideration, this dude's like a fucking F. So I'm going to round up. And we'll put him at bottom of D. He escapes F for me simply because of Prepare to Die Edition. Speedrunning. If it wasn't for that, this motherfucker would be in the dumpster. Okay. Speaking of F tier, we have Centipede Demon. God damn, I hate this boss. The only positive thing about this boss is that he doesn't have a lot of HP. You like Centipede? I am not a fan of Centipede Demon. I do not like the arena, especially how he interacts with the arena. I do not like, I mean, visually it looks disgusting. I think the arena could be better if he wasn't so annoying about it. Because he loves to jump backwards into the lava. If you go to the middle platform, you have to take like some damage, which is annoying. Although you can use it for RTSR setups, which is cool. But you engage him in the middle of the arena, and the middle is okay, but he jumps backwards into the lava. That's really annoying. If you don't go to the middle, he just spams his fucking arm attack at you for like forever before he actually decides to engage you. He doesn't have a very complex moveset either. And the camera is fucking awful. The camera for this fight is genuinely ass. I just really don't like this fight at all. That's fair, Denny. That is a cool thing. Is that you can see Centipede earlier. Although it technically isn't Centipede, it's just like a thing that looks like Centipede. Like you can't actually engage with it. That is actually Stray walking around. This is it's just like some texture that looks like Centipede. Like you can't damage it or anything. But I think that is cool. Design-wise, yeah, I guess. I still am not a huge fan of it. I think the gameplay consideration for this guy is just, he's just so lacking in quality and positive things that I think he's going to go an F for me. This is going to be my first F. There's no strong positives and a lot of negatives. That doesn't allow him to escape from F. Like Demon, Fire Sage, at least has one really strong positive. Can you damage Taurus Demon if you go backwards? No, he doesn't. I don't think he spawns in if you come from the other side. Okay. F for Centipede. And Beta Chaos, you might think that Beta Chaos is going to be an F, but Beta Chaos is going to get a little bit better than an F. Okay. Beta Chaos is basically saved by one person. A person named Toki Join has literally saved this boss from being the worst boss of all time. Because first playthrough, this is like genuinely ass. But subsequent playthroughs, man, you just throw 2 firebombs and you're done. That doesn't make it great, though. That doesn't make it great. That makes the strat great. The strat is really great. But the fight itself is still lame. It's just not as egregiously bad. If we were going off first playthrough, like, this is F tier. But the subsequent playthroughs is like... D-ish? High D? Because you at least get to execute like a cool little strat. Yeah, it is a satisfying feeling. Executing the strat. And that being kind of like a design flaw actually makes it like way better. That being said, I don't think it does a lot. I think it goes above these. It is Baboto. It is. Yeah. And I'm thinking in subsequent playthroughs, like if we're only counting subsequent playthroughs and speedruns, I'd probably put it like here. Maybe even here. But the first playthrough experience of this boss is so fucking bad that it drags it down like really hard. I'd probably put it about here. Yeah, the run back is awful. Yeah. Yeah. Bed of Chaos over ONS. Farming engagement. I think this is where I'd put it. Like, I don't blame anyone for putting this like here. But like, as someone that has played this game for thousands of hours, this boss isn't that bad for most of the time I've played it. That boss can't be a C. I mean, if you just count it as like, think about it, Death Chain. All the times that you have fought this boss, 90% of them is like fine. It's fine. But you can't like really ignore how fucking dog shit the boss is by its like innate design. Right. Yes. Yes. It drags it down quite a bit. All right. That's Bed of Chaos. Okay. Pinwheel. Pinwheel. Poor Pinwheel. Pinwheel is really just put in a bad spot. For first playthrough considerations, they have like placed him so poorly that like by the time anyone bothers to fucking go through catacombs, they're like godlike and just massacre this dude. But I think it's actually like kind of an interesting fight with the clones going on and stuff. And if you fight Pinwheel earlier on, he's like way fucking harder, way more dangerous. And try fighting Pinwheel with like Red Tier Stone Ring. You know, like you'll get killed sometimes. But I think he's definitely brought down by his placement. I will say Pinwheel is immaculate memes. This guy has like crazy aura with memes. If you die to him, you literally just get like clowned on. I would know. I've died to Pinwheel probably more than anybody in here. Like, that's really the threat of Pinwheel is like, oh god, I hope I don't die to him because everyone's going to make fun of me. The Congregation effect. I think Congregation is more dangerous than Pinwheel. Just by like how you progress through the game. Like you're always gonna fight Pinwheel later on, and he's gonna be easy. Right, exactly, Rodriguez. If you go out of your way to make him a threat, yeah. I probably also had the most people watching me die to Pinwheel too. Yeah. Yes. Many thousands of people have seen me die to this fucking boss. I'm gonna put him high D, because I actually think he's not that bad of a boss. He's just really poorly placed, and he has insane aura. We're just like, you better not fucking die to me. You're noticing a trend. Look at all the Ds. This may be my favorite Souls game, but the bosses suck. The bosses in this game are not that good. Nito! God, I hate this fucking boss. I think this boss's design is really cool. But I fucking hate this boss. Like, in every consideration, he's just annoying. And kind of boring. The strats that you need to, like, use to make him better are, like, lame. And speedrunning-wise, he's legitimately one of the worst bosses in the game. I think Nito only gets points, really, for just how cool he looks. He does have a good amount of strats. Yeah, but they're all just like, well, so there's like the poise strat, there's taking down the skeletons, and then there's just like, holy fucking shit, this strat sucks, but I'm trying to do something to save time. Like the speedrun strats on him are just impeccably bad. And you're just like, well, I guess we're gonna die. Hope we don't die to Nito. Being able to kill the skeletons is kind of cool. Yeah, but like, the skeletons are so fucking annoying. It's like, I'm not going to give them credit for allowing me to permanently kill something that is like extremely detrimental to the fight to begin with. Like, I think Nito's a lot better casually. Oh yeah. I still don't think he's that great for first playthrough though. I don't think he's that great. And subsequent playthroughs, he's either a nightmare or just kind of boring. Like, I think I'm going to put him pretty low. I'm going to put him, like, here. Yeah. He is a cool design, but, like, I think the fight is just ass, dude. His sword is okay. The sword is one of the most annoying, or one of the most overrated swords for speedrunning. So I don't like its moveset that much. But it does decent damage. Could have reduced this game down to 1 tier. They're all ass. Okay, here is a hot take. 4 Kings. Boom. S. Fucking amazing fight. Amazing. First playthrough vibes through the fucking roof. You fight them in a black area. Complete blackness. Super good vibes. Good music too. Now, what's annoying about them on like a casual run is you can get swarmed. And the DPS check that the boss puts in front of you can be annoying as well. Budget arena. It's cool though. The walls are annoying. I will say though, on subsequent playthroughs, this boss is so fucking fun to fight as well. Like, I think the first playthrough experience is really good. As long as you, like, you know, get the DPS to get through the fight. Subsequent playthroughs, this boss is so fucking fun. Because the strafes that you can do on this fight are so good. No, that's real. This is the best boss. Or, this is maybe the second best boss in the game. The gameplay is through the fucking roof. I love fighting this boss. Is it? Wait, is this Four Kings playing like as I'm doing them? Yeah. Yeah, you can strafe like almost every single one of their attacks. There's extra strats you can do by dropping items into the arena to have a good sense of where you are. So there's like these higher level strats that this boss provides. Speedrunning this boss is awesome as well. Because this boss adds like a whole other like gameplay mechanic for speedruns where you are trying to solve this puzzle of damage to do as much damage as you possibly can for each boss, for each king, in order to reduce the amount of kings that you can get. It's mechanically very engaging. Yes, exactly. And the actual like process of fighting them is top tier. You can do a lot of different things based off of your stamina consumption that you're using. If you're using a weapon that has a lot of stamina consumption, you can do strafes to avoid all the attacks. If you have more stamina, you can incorporate more rolls. It's just a very, very cool fight. Casual, not first playthroughs. I think a lot of people have issue with this fight on New Game Plus. But most of the time when people have a problem with this fight, it's because they have shit damage. They have shit damage. And then they have to deal with like swarming kings. But, you know, you can totally just like leave, get better damage, and come back. That's why I put them like last. Most people come here like last. Right? But I think this is easily like one of the best fights. For me personally. It has a lot to do with just how much I enjoy like fighting them. And all the different mechanics that are involved with fighting them at a high level. Yeah, DLC time. We're in an ad, so let me just wait for the ad to finish. Okay, ad's over. Sanctuary Guardian. This boss sucks. Like, is there anything good about this boss? There's a tail cut. Triple Guardian? That's not a good thing. Back to the D tier. Honestly, this might get F. This might be an F tier. It's not Centipede Demon. Yeah, at least it doesn't have camera issues. That is one thing I will say for this. Like, the camera works because it's a nice arena. Except the water adds a little bit of an annoying factor. He's got a pretty fair, diverse moveset with a good arena. It's mostly because he jumps around a lot. He likes to spam lightning at you. He runs away. He's an RNG nightmare. Yeah, super trolly in speedruns. I mean, even in like subsequent runs, he's like that. He's a super troll boss. I guess he's not that bad to put him in F. He's probably a D. And he goes down a lot because of how bad he is in speedruns. I think like as a boss outside of speedrunning, I could see being a C. Because I don't think he's really that bad. But I am definitely colored by my experience of him in speedruns, which is like awful. Don't think he's too bad on casual playthroughs. I don't think he's amazing either, though. I think I'm gonna put him in D. I think I'm gonna put him in D. Like, I could see him above Pinwheel. Like, high D? Like, he's kind of like a C here. He's kind of like here, but then you take a speedrun consideration, and he's like here. Yeah. Hey, man, bosses are not the most important thing in Souls games to me. Okay? I have very different ideas about this stuff. And the fact that I have played this game for an insane amount of time gives me like a very different perspective as well. I'm trying to factor in the casual perspective, of course. But, like, you know, I can't ignore my thousands of hours playing this game. It's a good welcome to the DLC, but still not a great boss. I don't think it's great. And, yeah, it's like mid-tier at best, and then speedrunning brings it down a lot. So. Artorias. Okay. This is a boss that is heavily brought down by the last two factors, which is subsequent playthroughs and speedruns. I will say in the first encounter, he is like S tier. Right? First playthrough, first encounter, first clear, Artorias is an S. Subsequent playthroughs, he's like a fucking like C. Like, not very enjoyable. Lore doesn't matter. Lore's... I do not like Artorias in runs because he has far too few opportunities to deal damage to him. Especially paired with the extremely high like HP and resistance that DLC bosses have. So if you're using a fast weapon against him, it just takes forever because your damage isn't great and you'll never stagger him. If you're using a slower weapon on him, you're going to have very few opportunities to even deal damage to him because he has really small openings, very small openings. And if you're using Red Tearstone Ring on him, you have even less safe openings. So you're just kind of sitting back and waiting for him to give you big openings. So it becomes a very passive fight. And honestly, very boring fight. For most of the time fighting him. If you play the game a lot like me. First playthrough... It's really, really fun experience trying to take him down. He's cool, especially in comparison to all the other fights. But subsequent playthroughs, snooze fest of a boss. Now in speedruns, he's also kind of a snooze fest because he just gets destroyed. He gets massacred. Absolutely massacred. Or even in non-speedruns, like you just throw on a bunch of like armor and an Elizabeth's mushroom and you just like mash R1 and he dies. You just mash R1 and he dies. So I'm going to put him at a high C here. Because I think subsequent playthroughs, for me, sucks for this guy. He's very boring. But first playthrough is very high. And this is one of those, like, opinions that is very, like, different from what most people probably would say. I would rather fight Artorias than ONS. I agree with you on that. I'll put him above ONS. Okay. Black Dragon Calmy F. Fuck this boss. This boss sucks ass. No positives. Well, okay, the only positive about this boss is the Gothless Calamite strat. But even that's, like, annoying. Even the strat that we came up with to prevent us from having to fucking fight this boss ever again is still, like, annoying. There's just no escape. This guy will always be annoying. He looks cool. He looks alright, I guess. It's cool to see him, like, appear earlier, getting glimpses of him and getting shot down by Goth. That whole stuff is cool. You like the tail cut? The tail cut's cool, and I don't think the tail cut is as bad as people make it out to be. But I do also have a lot of experience fighting him, so I just think that he's a crazy boss. He is so many annoying things that he can do. He's gigantic in this arena where, like, one way the arena is large, and then in another direction the arena is very small, and he does not give you enough space. Depending on where you're positioned, his attacks can be insanely bad. He acts crazy. He has a ton of HP. He's not even necessarily the easiest to hit depending on what weapon you have. He's very, very annoying and can be very... He can be actually, like, totally fine with certain RNG. So he's very RNG heavy as well. But I personally just cannot stand him. Absolutely cannot stand him. And I don't think he has enough positives to really lift him up out of it. I think he's better than Centipede, though. Yeah, I hate this guy. Worst boss. Worst boss that isn't just, like, has broken stuff going on like Centipede, like camera bullshit with Centipede. Like, Centipede's just, like, bad in different ways, you know? Calamite is a more functional boss, but, like, just not fun to fight. This tier list looks like a hand presenting its ring finger. It does, kind of. Yeah. His introduction is extremely cool. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give him that. I'll definitely give Calamite that. All right. Manus. Best boss in the game. Best boss in the game. Most fun boss. By far, has so many cool strats that you can do on him. The most skill expression, by far. The only, like, real negative I would say for Manus, for me, is that he does have some RNG for speedrunning. But like I also said, there's a ton of skill expression that you can use to minimize time losses on Manus in speedrunning. He is not like annoying to fight really at all once you learn his moveset. Everything just kind of works. Worst? He's tough. He is a tough boss, but he's like a very fair. This is a very fair boss. He is tough, fair, and fun. Lots of skill expression. I could fight this guy all day. When I would practice Manus, I would just like end up practicing him for like hours. Love this boss. Priscilla's in D. This is definitely the best boss in the game, in my opinion. Fucking amazing. Okay, Gwyn! I'm leaning towards this. He sucks, dude. He's not a good boss. Okay, good vibes. Good vibes. The music's great. First playthrough vibes. All that stuff. But, like, that's it. That's really all you give him. He's either far too easy because you use a strategy to cheese him to make him basically irrelevant, or you fight him straight up and he's psychotic, crazy, awful. You don't think his moveset is bad? This guy is a fucking psycho. If you do anything other than just fighting him like cheesing him, he's like horrible. How many frames is that one slash? The fast attack? I don't know. It's fucking quick. It feels like maybe 6 frames. It's very quick. I don't know. Like, I don't think this boss is that good. Because, like I said, he's either like the worst boss because he's just like psychotic. And there's not really any great strats you can do other than just overpowering him and cheesing him. Parrying him to death, making him jump around in an AI loop, or stun locking him. Anything other than that, where you're like, all right, Gwyn's coming at you and he's attacking, and you roll and you go, bah! That fucking kind of fight on Gwyn, dude, it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing ever. Can't like fight Gwyn that way and tell me that it's enjoyable. And then all the other ways to fight him is just you make him completely irrelevant. But does have good vibes, I guess. I'm going to put him, like, maybe a little bit higher, because at least he's not annoying on subsequent playthroughs. He's just not a good boss. But you can, like, kill him. I will say that it's cool that you can cheese him to make him irrelevant. I will say that's a good thing. So that actually makes him go a little bit higher for me in that consideration. Kind of the same way that Beta Chaos is better because you can just make him make Beta Chaos whatever. I will say the first playthrough experience for Gwyn is better as well. So I'll move Gwyn up a bit. Hey, what's up, Boat? I don't know if I said hi to you wider, but hi. I'm going to mesh them, Babodo. This is just for like YouTube, doing it on its own. Artorias is a C. I honestly think Artorias is kind of like a D, but like the first playthrough vibes bring him up. I think Gwen is about here. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a double check. Let's go through it. We got Manus and Four Kings in S tier. Surely most people will agree Four Kings is an S tier. I can't imagine anyone disagreeing with that one. Quelaag and Iron Golem, A tier. A tier. Great bosses. Bell Gargoyles, Asylum Demon, Sif, and Seath in B. Seath is like barely hanging on to B, honestly. And a lot of Seath is basically just having good first playthrough vibes and then not being that offensive in later playthroughs. We have Artorias, ONS, Gaping, and Taurus here. And these two bosses right here are like being dragged down by like second playthroughs and speedruns. And then Gaping and Taurus are both kind of like just here in all facets. Yeah, I think C makes sense for these. Honestly, maybe Seath should be a C. Oh no, there's no way Artorias is above Seath for me. Artorias, I personally do not like Artorias. I would, if it was just my current opinion of Artorias, he's like here. I am factoring in first playthrough vibes as well, which puts him up a little bit higher. I'm thinking about moving Seath down to C though. He just seems like he should belong on this tier. I think first playthrough vibes give some weight, but it's you know, I have to consider everything for me. And since I'm a speedrunner, like that definitely colors my opinion, because most of the time I've spent playing this game is like speedrunning it or challenge running it. So I think Seath and C makes a little more sense. And I don't mind these. These are basically bosses that are like swingy in one direction or another, but they kind of just average out to here. You know what I mean? Except for Taurus, which is kind of just an average C all around. And then this is just like, this is just the Dark Souls 1 tier. You know, this is just, the bosses in this game are not good, man. They're just not good. They're all in D. They suck. This game does not have good bosses. I'm sorry. For the most part, they're all not that good. It's just populated with a bunch of Ds. How is this ranking? Sanctuary Guardian, personally, I might put lower, but I think he's kind of inoffensive for most people. Pinwheel higher than Gwen is funny. Pinwheel gets a lot of value off of just being like a meme. I think the meme aspect of Pinwheel is very strong. But I mean, I think Pinwheel is a genuinely more interesting fight than Gwen. Pinwheel's problem is that he is poorly positioned, which is, you know, a factor, but not exactly the full story, you know? Like if you fight Pinwheel a bit earlier on, like it's a much more interesting fight. Okay. Yeah, he has different phases. Yep. I think this is good. All right. S tier, Manus, 4 Kings. A tier, Quelaag, Golem. B, Gargoyles, Asylum, Demon, Sif. C, Seath, Artorias, ONS, Gaping, Taurus. D, all these fuckers. I'm not even going to say their names. There's too many of them. F, Calamite, Centipede, Demon. So let's go to the big list and punch these in. All right. We got Asylum Demon in B. No Gargoyles. I'll have to go back and rank the DS1 bosses accordingly to the where they fit in with the other things. Taurus Demon C. Butterfly D. D. Baby Dragon C. Quelaag A. Discharge. Here. Golem A. Stray Demon. Another D. Ursula, another D. I think I had her above Stray. OS C. Gwendolyn, another D. Near the back. Pinwheel, a high D. Nito, a low D. Just above Capra. Centipede, F. Fire Sage, low. Beta Chaos is D, but below Ceaseless. Sif is a B. Here, 4 Kings S. Seath is a high C. Gwen is, let's see, under Priscilla. Yeah. Okay, later Goldsmith. Guardian at high D. Artorias at high C. But behind Seath. Calamite, F. Manus, S. Cool. All right. Why are the folding screen monkeys on this list? Because it's Sekiro. I mean, I'm going to include Sekiro in the rankings. Okay, before we continue, I got to use the bathroom, okay? I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, now what everybody's been waiting for. Dark Souls 2. I'm going to go a little faster for the rest of them, because we spent a lot of time on Demon Souls trying to get our pacing down, and then Dark Souls 1 just having a lot to say. Last Giant? Are DS1 and Demon Souls mixed yet? I mean, we could try to rank them now. Let's do that real quick, and then we can start going faster. Astraea... I think I would put Astraea kind of in between here. gargoyles, I think I would put probably here. And then Asylum Demon. Yeah, this actually seems about right. Because I think these bees are better than the Dark Souls bees. Well, I think I might put gargoyles above Tower Knight. I'll put Asylum Demon above Storm King. And Old Hero. And I'll put Sif above Storm King. Seath, I'll put above here. Altorius, I'll put above. Well, yeah, yeah. I think these C's are a little better than the other ones, but I don't think Gaping is like. Gaping's about like here-ish. And Taurus is probably about like here-ish. And then the D's. Sanctuary Garden go here. Pinwheel can go about here. Scylla's. There's a lot of D's, man. These Maneater and Dragon God are going to go pretty low here, I would say. Where would I put them? Maneater, probably like about here. And then Dragon God can kind of go like maybe Dragon God's like, actually I think Dragon God's probably about here. Yeah. And then this is about right. Okay. Now they're mixed. All right, now we can do DS2. Okay, I think the last giant is okay. He's also a little bit boring, which I think a lot of DS2 bosses are like this. Not a lot going on with him. But as far as like a first boss that you kind of encounter, like it's fine for him to be not super complicated. I think it's cool that he like tears his arm off and stuff. Like, it's okay. I won't put him super low, but he's definitely not a super exciting boss. I'm gonna put him at like low C. I think the Pursuer is really cool. Yorm, but bad. Brother, Yorm is bad. Maybe Yorm, but good. I think Pursuer is pretty cool. And I like the extra strats with the, like the fact that you can fight him on the rooftop area. The fact that you can kill him with the, like, ballista. He's actually a pretty fun boss to fight, in my opinion. I think he gets kind of high. I'm thinking, like... probably higher than Civ. I think Pursuer is about... here. Yeah. I think Pursuer is strong. Low A. I think that's fair, but I think like a mid B is acceptable. Acceptable. I don't think he's like wow factor, but he's just got a lot of cool design elements to him going on. I mean, honestly, like Golem doesn't have wow factor, but Golem has so much depth to it that kind of puts it here. Do I think it's better than like Fool's Idol? No. Or Penetrator? No. But it's good. Good fight. Dragon Rider is funny because of like the being able to knock him off, but it's like a pretty boring fight. Like it's not like extremely offensive, though. I would maybe just... Like, I feel like a lot of DS2 bosses are going to be kind of, like, low C, you know? D is when things start getting, like, bad. I think C is where things are either, like, have a lot of different competing, like, good and bad things that average it out. Or things that are just kind of mid. Because C is, like, the mid. So I think Dragon Rider could go low C here. It's not super offensive. It's not super exciting. And I think a lot of DS2 bosses are going to fit in there for me. I think I'd probably put Old Dragon Slayer above the same. I'd put Old Dragon Slayer probably above Last Giant, though. But it still feels very C. It's cool that it's a callback to Ornstein. And it's a little more interesting than actually fighting Ornstein. But I can't put this in B. Covetous Demon number 1. Maybe. I think this is still going to be a C. I think he fits in right about here. Yeah. That's how I feel too, Diddy. Exactly same page here. Flexile is pretty cool. I think Flexile is a bit more interesting than the random C tiers, but I don't think he's like interesting enough to put him in B. It feels like a kind of like here-ish. This is just like an interesting enemy. Is the multi-headed like enemy that can swap different attacks. And then there's the extra element of the rising water. But the thing is, the rising water isn't really a factor except for like outside your first playthrough or like some really weird challenge runs. So he kind of becomes pretty simplistic later, but he's not as boring as like Gaping is. I don't think he has as much wow factor as Armor Spider. Like and I don't think he's as enjoyable as like these other ones can be. So I think this is about where I'd put Flexile as well. I think Ruin Sentinels is a good fight. Which can be very annoying though if you go here early. The thing is, like with Ruin Sentinels, the fact that you can just come here later and blow them up makes them a lot better. But it is kind of a little bit of an annoying gank fight. I don't think it's that bad, though. I think it's cool that it's, like, staggered. Does Sentry have extra enemies in New Game Plus? Probably, but we're not considering New Game Plus here. I do like Ruin Sentinels. I think that, like, they can be a lot more frustrating in a first playthrough, though. I think subsequent playthroughs, they're, like, not too bad, but... I think they're probably not quite going to hit B. They kind of remind me of like ONS, but not as like, they don't have as much extremes as ONS. ONS can be extremely like huge, like wow factor, spectacle, but also extremely fucking annoying. And Ruin Sentinels is kind of like the same, but not as aggressive. So they kind of just feel like they go in like the same slot. I think I'll probably put him just below Dirty Colossus. I think this boss is very annoying. I do not like the Belfry Gargoyles. This is going to be like the first D for Dark Souls 2. So much left? Well, that's because we spent forever on Dark Souls 1, Dan. We're going through the other ones much faster. Like we've been on DS2 for like 10 minutes. We've already done like a bunch of it. Where was I? Belfry Gargoyles. I think I'd put them about here-ish. Artorias and C and Calamine and F. Yeah. I mean, Artorias, if it wasn't for like first playthrough considerations, Artorias would be a D for me. I think Belfry, Gargoyles, and D makes sense. These guys are super annoying. No, he's not wonky. He's boring. It's a boring fight. I don't think he's wonky at all. I just think he's lame. Except for the first, like, few times you fight him. Calamine and F is just a hater? Yeah, of course it's a hater. He sucks. It's my opinion, Dan. Go make your own tier list. Boss Sinner. This fight's pretty good. Do I want it in B, though? I think this is a pretty fun fight. You're making opinion of my tier list. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I don't think... Like, this is the thing with Dark Souls 2, is a lot of them are just going to be fucking Cs. A lot of them are going to be Cs. It doesn't... This game, people hate on the bosses, but it's not that the bosses are super bad, DS2. There's just a lot of them are, like, mediocre. I think this is one of the better mediocre bosses, though. Because there's like extra gameplay elements with the light going on, and the fight itself is like kind of fun. I think I'll put this probably here. This is a little less interesting than the gameplay mechanics that Seath brings. A little more interesting of a fight, though. Executioner's Chariot. I think this is a cool boss. I like that you can like kill the boss without interacting with the mechanic. It's got an interesting gameplay mechanic. I think this is like, it's again not going to be good enough to be a B, but it's like not bad. I think I'd put this probably above Ruin Sentinels for just like gimmick related like interest. And then it's also got like a real fight stapled at the end if you pull down the gate. This is an okay boss. A Skeleton Lords. I do not like this fight. I think this is going to be better than Belfry Gargoyles. But it's like a gank fight that isn't that bad because the boss itself is not that bad, but it's not like that fun either. Really, Dan? Nice. I think that I would put Skeleton Lords not high. I don't think it's going to be C. But it's not going to be like super bad. I think it's about here. I think this is a pretty nice spot for Skeleton Lords. I think Covetous Demon kind of gets the Pinwheel treatment, but he's less interesting than Pinwheel because it's just like, it's not like he's like bad. He's just like kind of lame. But he does get like extra aura by being just like a meme. I think I'd actually probably put him about where Pinwheel is. Under Pinwheel. You ever make him eat a corpse? Yeah, I have. I think Covetous is like less interesting gameplay wise than Pinwheel, but he's similarly like positioned and just being way too weak. But Pinwheel has a lot more interesting mechanics going on if you interact with the mechanics. I think Mytha's pretty cool. Mytha might be a B. I don't remember, Dan. I like Mytha. And Mytha has cool mechanics going on with the poison. And she's not like a bad fight either. Yeah, I think she's good enough to get outside of the C tier with like the extra like mechanics going on with the poison. The actual fight itself is like not horrible at all. Like it's totally fine. Like it's a fun fight to do mechanically with extra like layers to it. I think it's probably it's hard to put it above Storm King. The Storm King has like fucking like cinema attached to it. But Storm King's definitely much worse on subsequent playthroughs. I think the WoW factor alone, though, leaves Storm King probably above Mytha here. My favorite DS2 moment was a guy dying twice to Covetous when he summoned you. Smelter. I think Smelter's good. I think Smelter's a good fight. I don't think it's like B, but I think Smelter's good. I think I'd probably put it above Lost Sinner. Maybe like high C. Because it does have a bit of like mechanics going on with the burn. I think I put this above Seath, actually. I don't know, would I put it in B? Would I put Smelter in B? I guess not, because there's the run-up to him consideration, although that's much less bad in vanilla. The run-up to Myth is not that great either, but it's worse for Smelter Demon. I like Smelter, though. I don't know, maybe Smelter is a B. He's fun. You know what? Fuck it. We'll give Smelter a B. There is Rodriguez. Yeah, there is. Which makes it a lot less bad. Like, Smelter definitely has a worse run back than Mytha. For sure. Old Iron King. I don't really like this fight. I think the arena's really bad. And it's kind of annoying to interact with him. I think he's going to be a D. Like... probably around here. The hull is very bad, yeah. Like, actually interacting with him is not too bad. Like, you get to dodge some attacks and stuff. Like, it's a little bit of a fight going on. But, like, the arena is so horrible that it really drags him down. I think it's about where I'd put him. Najka. I think Najka's great. I think I'd put Najka to B as well. She's not as good as Quelaag. I'm sorry, Najka. But she's got some cool stuff going on. I think she's a pretty fun fight. The reveal, yeah, the opening to her fight is cool. I agree with that, where she's like in the sand and then pops out. That's a good element. She's got like a tail cut going on as well, which is cool. She's got some fun like dodges you can do. She's not a bad boss. I don't think she's like incredible. I think she is... actually, I think she's going to be like a high C. Probably about here. You can climb on top of her. What, can you? We are schmoving through this now. I think like 20 minutes on DS2 already. You can just walk up on her tail after she slams it. I don't think I ever did that. Did I just enable subscribers only? What the fuck? Oops. Misclick. This seems about right for her, though. I'm free. Sorry, got a sub. We're all Radithorian. This boss sucks ass. This is really bad. Like, worse below Belfry Gargoyles. I think this is like... This might be a fucking F. This boss is super horrible. Like... Here. It's like just... I can't think of like any good qualities about it. Even when you get the boss like by himself, he's still annoying. Way too hard to hit. Annoying moveset. And when you have like the other enemies in there as well, it's super bad. Like just a bad fight. I think Congregation is also not great. It's just a little uninteresting. And it's more annoying than like these other easy bosses. Probably put it above Iron King here. Because it's just like not good and can be kind of annoying. Like when it's not super easy, it's super annoying. So I think it goes about here. I don't like Freya either. Freya's got some cool stuff going on, but she's just kind of annoying as fuck. I think Freya gets points for just like some gameplay mechanics. Like the spiders and being able to deal with them with fire and stuff, and the heads getting knocked off. That gives Freya some points. But just being annoying in general to hit is like a problem. So I think she's going to get like a high D. Not as annoying as Sanctuary Guardian. More interesting than Leechmonger. I think she probably gets like the top of D. Vanguard. This boss is actually kind of cool. I don't think it's really the best. Like I think it's probably going to be a C. Like I'd probably put this about here. Royal Rat Vanguard. The Freya head football, dude, that shit's so good. I do like the Vanguard, though. The one thing about Vanguard, maybe that drags it down, is just it's like a little boring in subsequent runs, because it's just like you just wait it out until like it appears and then you murder it. But like first playthrough definitely is a bit of a more of an experience. Rotten is awesome. Rotten's a great fight. Rotten's kind of like Smelter Demon-ish. It's just a fun fight. Nice moveset. I think, but like, I mean, there is like the arm cutting as well, which adds a little bit extra to it. I think it might just be a more fun fight than Mytha in general. And it does have a little bit of extra mechanics going on. So I think I'm going to put it here. Just above Freya. The Twin Dragon Riders is kind of like just the same as Dragon Rider, but more annoying. Cut the head of the Rotten? I don't think so. You can just cut the arms off. This is just like such a boring fight that it's not super offensive in a way that I would put it in D. But it's also not as like...
my.
I'm so mad, dog.
Hi, Valaire. Thank you for the 6 months. What are you mad at, Valaire? Do you have a vote for us? Here, I can show you what we have. You're on Christmas. True. I don't think you can cut the head. If you can, that's news to me. Yeah, I think Twin Dragon Riders is just a little more like annoying version of the Dragon Rider fight, I guess. You can like knock the one Dragon Rider down to like engage with it. Looking Glass Knight. I think Looking Glass Knight's awesome. This might be an A. Eternal Bane. Okay. Which one is it? Middle. Okay. Got it. Thanks, Valaire. I think this is just mechanically a fun fight. But it also has such an awesome, like, mechanic with the summoning another player thing. Yeah, it's literally the worst boss that we've rated so far. Maybe this is like a B, though. I think this actually might be a B. It's just a really good B. I think I can put this like here. Yeah. I actually think I'm going to put the Rotten like about here. Okay. Demon of Song. Froggy? Froggy kind of meh. The defining feature of this dude is that he can just like hide and be annoying. I think I'll put him a little bit higher than here. He's still just kind of a C. Velstad. Velstad is great. I think Velstad's going to go probably about here. Just a fun, engaging fight. With a dude with a big-ass hammer. I think this is a good spot for him. Some of these are like the ordered ranking. They're so close to each other that it's hard to like really determine how I feel. But I'd say about here is good enough. Guardian Dragon. This is not Ancient Dragon. This is the one in the like cage. Yeah. I don't think this boss is very good. Mostly because he likes to fly around like a jackass. It honestly is kind of like Flame Lurker vibes. He jumps around like a fucking asshole. I don't think like even casually he's like that interesting. But I guess he is a little bit less annoying than Flame Lurker. But this actually seems about the right spot for him. Dude, this boss sucks. I hate Ancient Dragon. He's not as bad as Centipede. This boss is really... Actually, I don't know. This might be worse than Centipede. Is this the worst boss? Is Ancient Dragon the worst boss in all of Souls games? He's horrible. He might be the worst. Not last. I think this might be accurate right here. He might end up last. This boss is truly just balls. All right, Giant Lord. We're schmoving through this, y'all. Giant Lord is okay. He has some kind of like whack hitboxes, and he's hard to hit himself, but he's not like awful. I think he's also just cool, like big ass fucking dude is kind of fun. I think this is about right. Lower C tier. I think Vendrick is bad as well. The only thing that's cool about Vendrick is lowering his HP through getting the souls. But like the fight itself is like pretty medium. And the fact that you have to get the souls to kind of interact with them is kind of bad. I think I put him about here. Giant Lord is the one you fight in the dream, yeah. Okay, I think Dark Lurker is awesome. Is Dark Lurker going to be the first A? It is pretty annoying to get to Dark Lurker. The fight itself is great. I think I'm going to put Dark Lurker in A here. The one real negative is just the trip to him is like shitty. But it's a pretty nice fight. Especially like it's like one of the best multi-enemy fights in the game, I would say. And it's the same like deal as like Garg's, where it splits up like kind of later into its health bar. It's almost like a second phase. I like Dark Lurker a lot. I'm going to leave Dark Lurker here in A. I think this is, out of all the ones I've gone so far, this is like the best DS2 fight. Throne Watcher and Throne Defender. More shit that sucks. This kind of goes into like the bad gank fights, but it's like kind of bad. Like, I'd put this probably above Maneaters. About here. Do I have the Belfry Gargoyles here? This should be like... What's up, Zach? Hey, Transfairies. Yeah, DS2 is like dominating C tier. Hi, Decoy. It's going okay. We spent a while on DS1. Like maybe an hour and a half on DS1. But all the other ones are kind of, we're going through a lot faster. I think Nishandra's not great either. Like, also annoying. It doesn't have as much mechanically interesting things as Freya. I'd probably put her about here. Excuse me. Oh, God. Aldia F. F. F, F, F. I think Aldia is... Oh, actually? Is Aldia worse than Ancient Dragon? Maybe. I guess I don't know. I kind of hate audio. I'm gonna put audio as dead last. Yeah. What's the ranking requirements? My opinion of it's just based off of like gameplay of the boss fights. You know, like considering your first time fighting them with subsequent times fighting them. We're not going off just first playthrough. We're not going off just second subsequent playthroughs. And speedrunning is also considered because that's where a lot of my experience goes in these games. I think audio is better than Ancient Dragon. I don't know about much better. I genuinely hate this boss. I'm gonna leave audio here, and that's a personal opinion. This boss makes me mad to fight. Ancient Dragon's lame too, but I hate this guy. This is also an awful gank fight.
Wowie wowies wowie, put it to Armored Core.
Yo, Transferries, thank you for the 8 months. All right, Armor Core. Which one was Armor Core? This one? Yeah. All right. This is also a shitty gank fight. I'd probably put it about here. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's not good at either. You love and hate Artorias. I am not a huge fan of Artorias, but that's mostly based off of fighting him a whole lot. Okay, after DS2, I need to take a break to get something to drink because I've been talking so much. Alana, how do y'all say this? I don't think she's that great either. I think she is like interesting, but ultimately kind of annoying. But I wouldn't put her like bottom of D tier. I don't know. I guess I haven't fought this boss enough to have a strong opinion on her. But I think this is about right. Sin. I think Sin's okay. Sin is one of the better dragon fights. I'd put him probably about I think I'd put Sin about here. Well, no. I think I can put Sin about here. This fight also seems like he might be a lot more annoying if you played the game more. I've only beaten this boss like 3 or 4 times, so I can't offer a rich opinion. The one thing I will say that's annoying about him is he flies a lot. Yeah, Daniel, he flies a lot. Yeah. But he doesn't strike me as the most annoying fight in the world. Okay. Blue Smelter. You know, I think Blue Smelter, what the worst thing about Blue Smelter is they changed like the timing of his movesets versus regular Smelter Demon, and that like little variation is super annoying to me. I also think the run up to this boss is like very bad. But the fight itself really is on its own is like, it's okay. I definitely think it's worse than regular Smelter Demon though. But I don't think it's that bad. It loses a lot of points because of the run up and like the varied timing to his attacks. He's blue? Yeah, but this one's red. I think I can put him about here. Fume Knight. S. Awesome. Awesome boss. My favorite boss in the game. Very, very fun. Extra mechanics going on with the healing in the boss room, which you can decide to engage with or not engage with. It makes it a little bit more of a difficult fight if with him having the ability to heal, but you can totally beat him without it. I think that's cool. And the fight itself is just like awesome. Awesome fight. Sir Alon also very, very good. The one thing I don't like about Alon is that he has the multiple variations to his, like, a couple of his attacks. And he has, like, some iffy hitboxes, like his grab. But it's such a fun fight. Also, the run up to him kind of sucks. You know what? We'll put him on high A. High A. Very good, though. Very good fight. Ava? Kind of meh. I think it's cool that you can fight her invisible, but like that doesn't make it a good thing. It's kind of actually kind of shitty that you can fight her invisible, if anything. I don't think she's amazing. She's not like super bad though. I'd probably put her about I think about here feels about right. Mid-C. Mid-C seems about right for her. Ludenzalen, kind of crappy. This is like the ultimate bad. If we're going to judge bosses based off the run up to them, then this is just going to get like hammered. And it's not a very interesting boss. It's kind of annoying. Like just Ava, but two of them with a little bit of extra mechanics to it. And then the run up is like super ass. That's fair, Zach. I like Dark Lurker. I think Dark Lurker's okay. I've never really had a ton of issues with Dark Lurker's like second phase either. It's okay. They're definitely worse gank fights. The big problem with Dark Lurker is the run up to it. I think I'm gonna put this about here. I think that this fight is like not as bad as some of these other ones, but it's close. And the run up to it is horrible. Absolutely horrible. I think Burn Ivory King's S. Amazing fight. Mechanically amazing. The spectacle of it is amazing. The actual fight with the boss itself is great. This is a really, really good fight. I think they did a great job with it. Now, there is a bit of an annoying gank-like aspect to it, but it's not that bad. It can be annoying for speedruns, Because you, like, optimally in a speedrun don't get any of the knights to help you, and then it's, like, kind of an annoying process. But, I mean, if you're pretty good at it, I imagine it's not that bad. The fight is really cool, though. But the gank aspect for it definitely puts it a little bit below Fume Knight for me. But yeah, I'd say this is my second favorite DS2 boss. Okay. Before we get into Bloodborne, I'm going to go and like take a sip of water and stuff. And then we'll continue, okay? But that's DS2. Okay. Sorry, I have to just like take a break. Voice is getting overwhelmed. I think like Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 combined are going to be like the same amount of bosses as DS2. Have a drink and a sandwich. I need both things. You need water and food to survive. Did you know? I think Hume Knight above Four Kings makes sense. Bear with me, y'all. I have to take care of myself so I can finish this. Have a look, Duck. We did Dark Souls 2. I went through it quick. Gang Squad rated too highly. You want me to put them in an F? I don't think they're that bad. They're not great. Okay. All right. On to Bloodborne. Which I think like a lot of Bloodborne is not going to be that good either. But there will be some good Bloodborne. Cleric Beast, I think, is a pretty good boss. It does a good job of introducing the limb breaking system. And it also introduces the screaming that will occur throughout the game. It's not like an amazing boss. Like, I think this is going to be a solid C, though. It's definitely like Taurus Demon vibes. You know? Like, I would probably put this above Taurus. Maybe one step. Yeah, we spent a while on DS1. Because I had a lot more to say. I think I'm going to put Cleric, like, about here. This feels about right. Yeah, Duck. Their run back is super bad, and that dragged them down even further. I definitely think the boss is, like, low C, high D. And it's not great, but the run back is like fucking bad. I think Gascoigne is definitely good. Would I put Gascoigne in A? I don't know. Would I put Gascoigne in B tier? I think so. Although there is like a certain consideration for Gascoigne just being such a fucking asshole when it comes to speedrunning. But me personally, I actually haven't done any speedruns of Bloodborne, so that doesn't color my opinion as much. I mostly just think Gascoigne's a fun fight. I think he shoots his gun way too much. That's annoying as fuck. That's the most annoying thing about all the hunter fights. They're guns. But I think Gascoigne is like... I think Gascoigne's above Dark Lurker. He doesn't have as many negatives. Unless you're a speedrunner. Then, like, you know, I don't know. Maybe he's like a fucking C. Gascoigne could be one of those things that, like, if I speedran the game a lot, he'd be like a C for me. Kind of like Artorias is. But Artorias isn't really annoying in speedruns, he's just lame. But yeah. If I was a speedrunner, this would maybe be different for Bloodborne. I think Bloodstar Beast is okay. I like the blood mechanic where you can like throw the pots to get it away from you. It makes the fight a lot more bearable. First playthrough, it's kind of like intense because of the poison effect. But like once you get better at it, you can just burst the damn thing down before you even get there. That being said, I don't think it's a B. I don't think it's like a D, though. Reposting Bloodstar Beast feels good. Yeah, getting backstabs on it feels really good. But like it's also not too bad to just parry it. I think it goes about here, I would say. Okay. Amelia. I think Amelia's pretty cool. I think Amelia's solid boss. Which by this point, maybe you should be used to the blood or the leg, the limb break mechanics. The healing aspect of Amelia can be like really brutal if you just haven't got like damage yet. But I think that's a cool aspect that she has. You can like, what is it? Use like the urns to prevent her from healing. I think that's a cool aspect that you don't see as much though, because people kind of just like burst this boss down. But I think it's a fun fight. It's also like just like the first big. Well, I guess it's not the first big beast because there's cleric beasts, but I think it's a pretty cool fight. I would put it definitely above cleric beast. I think like about here's fine. Yeah, I'll put it above Storm King because she's not as like super annoying. Do you think Sif is too high? I think he's okay. I don't know. I think Sif's fine. Witch of Hemwick. An interesting mechanic, but not enough to like push her out of C for me. Kind of like in the line of the Demon Souls bosses, you know? I think I'd probably put her just above like these Demon Souls like bosses here. Parl. It's honestly been a while since I fought Parl straight up. All of my experiences with Parl, the last few times I fought this, is just like demolishing this boss. It's almost like it's not even a boss. I do remember it being a lot more difficult and interesting like the first playthrough experience on Parl. Which would probably lead me to rank it a little bit higher, but like I'm so used to just running in and blasting this dude and he's just fucking dead. Like literally like Dragon Rider tier. This is an airplane. Which spot would I rather sit in? Like, do you mean like the neighbors next to you? That's a good question. All right, Quelaag and Maiden Astraea, right in between. Shadows of Yharnam. I think this is a pretty fun gank fight. This is definitely not the worst gank fight. And there's good strategies to make this like a lot more bearable. First playthrough, this boss is fucking crazy annoying though. Next to Priscilla. Where's Priscilla? Covetous Demon and Priscilla. Yeah, I don't think Shadows is that bad. There's really good strategies for them. They do seem rough on first playthrough, though. First playthrough, you were able to get 3 summons for them. That was fun. Okay. I do think this is one of the better gank fights in the game. And there's a lot of skill expression for this boss as well. And that being said, it is still kind of an annoying gank fight. You know? So I don't know if I can really put it in B tier because of that. The Ruin Sentinels are the best of the gank fights. Where do I have Ruin Sentinels? They're here. Yeah. I mean, I have Gargoyles as well in B tier, but Gargoyles is like not that bad. This is a tough one to rank. I think I'm gonna rank it like bottom of B because I do think it's a great fight, but there are like really like annoying things about it that I think are fair that drag it down. But it is a cool fight. I don't think it's as bad as some people complain about. Okay, Rom. I actually think this boss sucks. This is kind of like the Nito of Bloodborne, but worse. It's a cool looking boss. It's got some interesting like mechanics going on, but just it's ultimately just not very fun. Oh, worse than Capra? I'd say it is probably. Well, at least you have a functioning camera. It's about here, I would say. Worse than Nito, we can leave it above Capra, because at least it functionally works. Oh, dude, I think the One Reborn's ass. At least this fight is, like, easy casually. And it's kind of, like, cool casually, but I don't think it's a very good fight. I think I'm going to put this one pretty low. Like, probably about here. Maybe if they shrank the Raw Marino to 1 meter squared. It is, but I think it's much worse than that fight. The boss itself, One Reborn, is much, much worse than Tower Knight. Like, and Tower Knight has more stuff going on in it. I think Tower Knight's great, and then One Reborn's like Dookie. It's F. I could see that. I don't think it's that bad, especially because you can make it easier by killing the enemies. I just don't think it's that great. It's also like being a rehashed idea definitely gives you less points, you know? Amygdala. This fight is interesting. Just like being mostly resistant everywhere except for a few spots. But it is very easy to kill at the same time. I think it's cool. I don't think it's a great fight. I think I can probably put this about here. Yeah. Low C. Michael Ash, this boss sucks. Just drop him in the fucking D's and get it over with. I think the character Mikolash is cool. The boss is like super dumb and annoying and lame and trash and bad. Where would I put it? Like probably above these guys. Like, I think about here actually feels about right. Hey, what's up, Vic? Regole is worth an F. I don't think he's that bad. He's definitely not good, though. Dude, the fucking, like, stupidest thing about this boss, like, you can definitely overcome it, but dropping into the final room where you fight him, and he goes into Call Beyond right as you're dropping in on him and just fucking kills you before you can do anything. The dumbest shit ever. Yes, you can avoid that, but it's still awful. Yeah, the running around isn't good. I think it's just not a very well-designed boss. It's not like the worst thing ever. It's just not good. I think Celestial Emissary is very mid, honestly underwhelming. It's not like extremely like egregious, but it's like relatively inoffensive, but it also has gank elements. So I think it's going to be kind of like about here-ish. Yeah. Yeah, that feels about right. Also, this guy can hit like a truck. Celestial Emissary. I think Abriatus is pretty cool. I think this goes in a B. The one thing about this boss that is crazy, if you ever fought this boss at level 4, it is fucking psycho. Unless you like know how to, I guess, damage cycle it like optimally. You can kill it before it does anything. But I think it's a pretty cool boss. I would put this actually relatively high. The one thing that is like rough about her, that is like a thing that a lot of Bloodborne bosses have in general, is that they're like, when you're going full powered, you just like absolutely demolish it before it does anything. I'd probably put Briatus like maybe top of B. It's a cool fight, man. It is a cool fight. I really like the design. It's not overly annoying, although it has that one charge attack, which is really fucking painful. I don't think it's quite good enough for A, but I think it's a good fight. I think Ligarius is okay as well. I think I'm going to give Ligarius above Mytha. I don't know. Sif on B. Yeah, I mean, I actually think that Sif is a little too high now that I'm looking at it. Hey, I'm doing fair rankings, not just off of like what I think about the boss's speedrun wise. Sif is not that bad of a fight unless you're speedrunning. And it even has good, like, first playthrough vibes. And honestly, it's gotten better in speedrunning the more we've gotten better strats for him. So, but I do think that Sif is maybe a C tier boss. But we're going to leave it where it is. We already did it. We already put him there. I still think I would put Sif above Seath for our rankings, but like maybe he belongs better in C in relation to the other things. Or fucking ancient Force Quit runners coming in to talk shit about Quelaag. I don't know, like, I feel like Ligarius is a little annoying, but he's overall not that bad. I think he's a pretty good boss fight. Murgo's Wet Nurse. This boss is so mid. Maybe it's just because, like, the strat to beat her is just so lame. You just get, like, this is the most susceptible to, like, getting on her butt boss of all time. You just get behind Wet Nurse and just attack. And that's the fight. It's not, like, bad, but it's, like, it's about, like, Dragon Rider tier, where it's not super offensive. I guess it has a lot more HP. I think this is fine. Okay, I think Gurman is probably an A. Gurman is a good, similar to Gascoigne, a good hunter fight with really immaculate vibes. Like, great music. And just, like, fighting him at the end of the game is also, like, such a good vibe. He's also just a fun fight. I think I might put him over Gascoigne. Yeah. I think the human enemies are better in Bloodborne, but they still do have, like, issues, like getting shot at by their guns. Moon Presence. Not very good. Michael Lash is quite bad, yes. I don't know where I put Moon Presence. Probably above Sanctuary Guardian. Probably about here. Actually, right next to a Nishandra sounds about right. Yardam through Marion Queen. I've only fought this boss a single time, and it was okay. So I'll just put it in C. That's my expert opinion. I fought this boss once, and it was like, it's okay, I guess. Ludwig. I think Ludwig is an S. Yeah, I think Ludwig is an S, and I think he's gonna go here. Yeah, I think this is probably the best boss in Bloodborne. Yeah. Great vibes, immaculate vibes, great music. I think it's a fun fight too, Rodriguez. I think it's just a genuinely fun fight, especially phase 1. I think it's a great fight. Seems like an easy S for me, and I think it's like gonna go right behind Manus here. Living Failures is not great. I think it's one of the better gank fights. But I don't think it's great. I think I'll put it probably about here. Just above, like, top of D. Because it's not that bad. But it's definitely not, like, one that I enjoy that much. You don't like phase 1? I think phase 1 is, like, the best part of Ludwig. And then phase 2 is cool, too. I think Maria's really cool. Maria's a really, really good NPC fight. Humanoid fight. The one thing that sucks about her is she's just a little too easy to parry to death. But I think she's just above Gurman. Even NPCs all getting stuff together. They have their annoying bits, but I think Maria is less annoying than these other two. I think I'd put her probably about here. Lawrence, I fucking hate this boss. It's not like as bad as some of these other ones. I think Lawrence does have great music. I'll agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that. Lawrence is honestly, yeah, like feels kind of like Flame Lurkery, just like an annoying motherfucker, but different from Flame Lurker. I think I'd put him above Flame Lurker. This feels about right. An Orphan? I think Orphan is not bad, but he is annoying. Especially his second phase. But I think he is like a solid B. In fact, I'll probably put him about here. I think Orphan's a fun fight. Okay, there's Bloodborne. Yeah, I don't like his second phase as nearly as much. Orphan's second phase is kind of like brings him down a lot. He's just really annoying. Okay, Gundyr. I don't think Gundyr is as good as Asylum Demon is as a first boss, but I think he is like a solid first boss. Unless you're Duck. Where should I put him? Gundyr's cooler than Asylum. I don't think Gundyr has as much going on as Asylum Demon. Asylum Demon has a lot more going on. Like, in terms of, like, the whole experience of fighting him, having to run away, coming back for revenge on Asylum Demon. That whole thing is way more cool. Way more cool gameplay-wise. Than just, like, approaching Gundyr, who's just sitting there. So I would not put him at Asylum Demon level. Yeah, if you're just taking the straight up, like, fight versus fight, yeah, I'd probably put Gundyr above Asylum Demon. But, like, the whole consideration, he's just kind of some dude sitting there. You just run up to him. And Asylum Demon has a lot more going on. I think, to be fair, though, he probably goes just below Asylum Demon. I think this is fair. They're close, but I think I'd have Asylum Demon over it. I get new headphones. No, these are my older ones. I just stopped using my fractal ones because they were giving me headaches. Vort. I don't love Vort. Vort can be kind of annoying, but I don't think he's, like, horrible. I think he probably goes about... He's kind of, like, below Last Giant tier. I'd probably put him here. Curse-Rotted Greatwood. This boss sucks. It's just kind of like a lame gimmick, I guess. It's not, like, egregious. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Change music. Dark Souls 3. Is this the right soundtrack? Yeah, this is it. You don't like popping pimples? No. I don't really like the crushed-shredded Greatwood at all. It's not, like I said, it's not like super egregious. I think it's probably high D tier, you know? Like, I'd probably put it about here. Crystal Sage. I also think Crystal Sage is lame as fuck. And it would... Crystal Sage is almost like Gwendolyn tier, but not quite as lame. Like, Crystal Sage probably goes about below Priscilla, I would say. Deacons, man. It's surprising how many not that great Dark Souls 3 bosses are coming up. People fucking like glaze the bosses in this game. The DLC saves it. There are some good in like the Ring City. There's some good DLC bosses. Rat Vanguard. Actually, I think that's kind of fair. I think it's a little more annoying than Rat Vanguard. I'd put it like below. Like, I'd probably put it high D. It's not that bad, but it's not great either. Abyss Watchers is actually pretty cool. Like, the bosses fighting each other is pretty sick. It's not super annoying. The first phase is like they're not that tanky, so you can get through it even though there's several of them. And them fighting each other is like makes it not super bad. And then the phase 2 is pretty like just a fun boss fight. There's a lot of cool strafes you can do in it. What is the reason behind Four Kings and S tier? I think it's very good. I don't know. I had like a whole explanation. Like, if I have to go back, I'm sorry, Dennis. If I have to go back and explain all of my reasonings, we're never gonna finish. If you want to see, you can go back to earlier. It's gameplay. All of this is like gameplay. This is like very much gameplay influenced. I think Abyss Watchers can go in B. They do have a cool glitch that you can do to disable their AI, yeah. Like, I think they're better than Shadows of Yharnam. I would put them about mid B. You got all the NPCs fighting each other to come into the boss? What the fuck? I don't think I've seen that. Walner? Walner also sucks. Yeah, Walner next to Ceaseless is kind of fair. I think he's worse than Ceaseless. Yeah, that's crazy, Dimjug. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Old Demon King. This boss is also kind of meh. Holy shit, Fell Shadow. I haven't seen a lot of enemy randomizer Dark Souls 3. I don't think this boss is egregious. I don't think it's good, though. I think it probably goes about here. Seems about right. My voice is given out so much. I feel I can't even like do full like explanations of everything. We started off so strong at the beginning. I think Dark Souls 1 took out so much of my voice. I had so many things to say. Yorm? I don't like Yorm. I think Yorm's probably just a low C. Like below 4. I think Pontiff is pretty cool. Even like later on, subsequent playthroughs where you can just kind of make him easier with parrying. I think that's cool too. I think Pontiff is a cool fight. I think I would put him probably about here. The Rotten over Pontiff Sullivan. You heard it here first. I think Aldrich is okay. You know who the Rotten is? This is Dark Souls 2 boss. The boss that I killed like a billion times when I was doing Dark Souls 2 speedruns. I think Aldrich is okay. I think I'd put him about here. I think Dancer is really good. Dancer's got some really cool strafes that you can do. It's a fun fight in general. And it's not too annoying either. I think I could put Dancer up here. High B. I'm thinking like a low A. It's a really cool fight. It's definitely one of my favorite fights from DS3. But the thing is with DS3, which really to me makes the fights a lot less like interesting, is they don't have a lot of like stuff going on mechanically other than just like rolling or strafing as well. At least dude, my voice is going out. Talking too much, man. For me, that I've played way more DS1, I can like tell you my opinion on stuff like Manus being higher. I haven't played as much DS3. I played a lot, but not as much. So to me, these bosses don't seem as interesting, of course. So I'm certainly colored by my experience here. But, you know, like DS3 bosses, they really just don't have as much like unique mechanics going on. Osiris. I don't really like this boss. They're just good at dodging. A lot of it is, yeah. But some of them are truly very good at the get good at dodging aspect and are fun. They're like truly immaculate at it. And so I'll like probably put them higher, but yeah. Here. Let me get some more water. real quick. My voice is starting to go out. Yeah, I don't like Osiris that much either. But I don't think it's bad enough to put into D. I think it goes about here. Champion Gundyr, awesome fight. Really good fight. I think this is like an A. Or a high B. And I know a lot of people think that the fact that you can parry Champion Gundyr makes him worse. And I'm like, no, dude, that makes him better. I think that makes it even cooler. You don't have to parry him. Next to Pursuer. Do you have Pursuer this high as well? The Osiris voice acting makes that fight good. I think that improves it. I don't think Osiris is like truly ass. He's just not that great, and there are some annoying aspects to it. You have Pursuer like B-ish. I could see someone putting Pursuer in A. I think Pursuer is cool. I think I'm going to put Gundyr in A. Above Dark Lurker. S. Fucking awesome fight. Love Dragon Slayer armor. This might be my favorite fight in Dark Souls 3. It's just really cool. Awesome strafes you can do on him. It's just a fun fight. It's so fun. I have like the most fun fighting this boss, I would say. I think he's like a little squishy. But that's fine. I think the princes are A. Probably just below champion. This fight's really cool. Speedrunning also made me like this fight more. Like, I already like this fight. The speedrunning aspect would, like, really solidified them for me. It's a tough fight for speedrunning as well. Like, this took me a lot of practice to get, like, okay at it. Like, I'm not even, like, that good, but I had to practice the shit out of this just to be, like, okay at it. Twin Princes are the greatest duo boss they ever made. I mean, it's not even like a duo fight. It kind of is. Hi, what's up, Mitch? Thanks for the raid. We're doing a tier list of all the Souls bosses. Come in. Judge my tier list, everyone. Look upon it. Time to judge. You will almost certainly disagree with most of my opinions, but probably mostly my Dark Souls 1 opinions are like weird. I think once you've played a game for like almost 10,000 hours, you get really weird opinions. Manus S tier? Fuck yeah. Give all your opinions. Bring them. Bring them. We're on DS3 right now. The last one that we rated was Lothric and Lorien. We have them in A. And now we're on Ancient Wyvern, which I think sucks. At the very least, Ancient Wyvern has a skip that makes him way better. But even the skip is kind of annoying. Bay of Chaos is not S tier. It's not F either. You'd put this in F? I think F is fair. I don't know if I'd put it in F. It's not good, though. Where does Chain Snake come in? I don't know. I think the skip saves this, but it's still pretty ass. Like, I don't think that this is as bad as Nito or Dragon God. Or even these jank-ass, like, gank bosses. I think above Michaelash sounds about right. That's actually a good point that Zakano makes. Is that we are taking the run up to the boss into consideration. So with Thur Alon, he was very close to being S. But there's like two things with the fight that always annoyed me that I've gotten better at the more I fought him. But he has like a couple of attacks that are like his wind-up attacks that have slightly different timings that you have to get used to, which you can get used to. It's not that bad, but it's annoying. He also has a grab that has a kind of a shitty hitbox, so that's a little bit of points off of him. There's lots of bad hitboxes all throughout this, so. But the run up to Alon is also fucking garbage, so. Yes, it's ranked within the tiers, so Gwyn is worse than Pinwheel. Absolutely. Meta Chaos is D because... So we're taking in multiple considerations here. First playthrough, important. Important consideration, first playthrough. But that's not the only thing that matters. If you play these games as much as me, your first playthrough is literally only one time. I've run through these games like dozens and dozens, Dark Souls 1, hundreds of times. So, to me, Meta Chaos is not that bad. You throw 2 fucking bombs, and then you punch the boss and it's dead. Like, it's not that bad of a fight. Yes, the first playthrough experience of Meta Chaos is... But that's a speedrunner strat. I'm a speedrunner. So, of course. That's important. Maybe you should have a pin message for what I'm taking into consideration. I'm taking into consideration my point of view. That's what it is. You liked Meta Chaos the first time? That's your opinion. I think Meta Chaos on your first playthrough is generally bad. Most of your opinions won't matter for this tier list. No, not at all. There's 3 considerations here, okay? First playthrough experience, okay? Subsequent playthrough experience, and my own personal experience as a speedrunner. Someone that has played these games a fuck ton. Especially Dark Souls 1, which I've been speedrunning for like 8 years. So all of those things are being considered. Okay. Anyways. You think Meta Chaos is more annoying on subsequent runs because the novelty is gone? If you're not doing Toki bombs, sure. But if you're using the bomb strat, then it's just like meh. Meh. Which is why it's only like D. Like Not good, but not F either. Okay, anyways, we're on Nameless King. I think Nameless King is pretty damn good. Do I think Nameless King is the best boss in the base game? No, I don't. Mostly because of the first phase. The first phase of Nameless is annoying and lame after you've done it many times. And even in the first playthrough for Nameless King, where you're definitely going to be dying and retrying the fight, doing the first phase over and over again is awful. So the first phase really drags down Nameless King quite a bit. That being said, I think the second phase is pretty good. And I think it's I don't know. I don't think it's quite enough to get it out of A or get it out of B. Because the first phase is really like shitty. Nameless King is ingrained into your muscle memory. You have to beat him in no hit your first playthrough because you refuse to level HP. Impressive. I think I kind of like Nameless King about here, I would say. I actually think Soul of Cinder is pretty sick. I think Soul of Cinder makes it into A. I don't know if I would put it above Prince's, though. I definitely have more experience fighting princes. That might be why I enjoy them more than Soul of Cinder. Your favorite final boss? I think that's fair. Well, there is one final boss I would put above, for sure. But I think Soul of Cinder is definitely one of the better final bosses. But that's not saying a whole lot. I think this is about a good spot for me. I actually think, now that I'm looking at it though, I think I'm going to move Dancer to like here. Because I think I like both of these more than Dancer. Elden Beast. Yeah, Elden Beast, obviously they're best. Gravetender is fucking ass, dude. This boss sucks. I don't know where I'd put it. I feel like it's kind of like it feels like Lud and Zalin tier. Without the awful run-up, though? I think I'd put this about here. Low D. Genuinely a shit fight. I'd also think I put Frida. Frida's one of these bosses that is like, has a lot of good things and negative things that kind of average her out to like a C tier boss. For me. Freed sucks ass. I don't like her first phase a lot. I don't think her first phase is that bad. I think the second phase is like kind of annoying as a gank, like duo fight. Although there's some cool things about it. I think it's cool that you can fight either one of them in the second phase. But it is annoying. The third phase is cool for Frida. The second phase, I feel, brings her down a bit, though. I'd still probably put her high C tier. Like, probably about here. Demon Prince, I think this is a good fight. I'm gonna put this in B. Seath can't be higher than Freed? Dude, watch me. I think Demon Princes are pretty good. Let's go. Seath, S tier. S for Seath, man. Of course. Demon Princes are, as far as a gang fight goes, pretty cool. And the fact that like which one you kill influences like the following phase is like so. I think that's like a pretty unique thing. Like, well, I guess not because there's like O and S, but it's not something they do often. I think I'd probably put them about here. Higher B. Half-Light? This is honestly a fucking F, I think. Just where does he go in F? Probably about here. Just an ass fight. Dude, even if you get the like multiplayer match, it's like not even very fun, I gotta say. It's kind of cool, but like, I don't know. I think this fight is just not great. I said S. Crazy tier list? Why? I think Madeir is really good. I think Madeir is like A. But just because there's so many games? Yeah, that's what happens when you rate all of them. I think Madeir probably goes about here. Okay. Like their best dragon fight, I would say. Easily. I like Madeir a lot. I think Madeir's really good. No, there's nothing much to like hate on him. Other than just being classic roll slop DS3 boss. But it's cool to fight a dragon where you're just like on his head the whole time instead of just underneath his fucking feet the whole time. Okay, I think Gale is probably the second best fight in Dark Souls 3. And he's pretty high, like... No, we're only doing, like... I mean, Elden Ring's gonna take a while, but, like, it's not gonna be every single boss in Elden Ring. It's, like, the major bosses. I think I would put Gale over alone. I think Gale actually can go into S tier. Yeah, we'll bring you up to S tier. All right, that's Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 done. Now we have Sekiro. There's some inner bosses for the Sekiro, but we're not going to do those because I actually haven't fought these. I fought inner Genichiro. That's it, though. Gyobu. I guess this is like pretty fun. This is going to be a hard for me to rank one because I haven't played Sekiro as much. I don't really have anything against Gyobu. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like I'm trying to think of like Sekiro bosses I really hate, and none are like coming up to my head. The double monkey fight. I don't think Gyobu is gonna hit B for me, but I think you can definitely put him like on higher C, like probably just above Najka. It is a little different, yeah, for sure. I think Lady Butterfly is also like about the same spot, probably a little less so. Genichiro is a great boss fight. Butterfly is S? I don't know. My experience with Lady Butterfly is like I just press the fucking like attack button over and over and over again. And then every now and then you'd block. And then she would just die. That was that was my experience with her when I did my first fight on her as well. I've heard some people really having trouble with Lady Butterfly and having like this epic like encounter with her. But I think it also depends on when you go in there. Okay, well, I think Genichiro's awesome. Where would I put him though? This is like the first boss in the game that is actually challenging as fuck. I think I'd put him above Nameless King. Probably about here. This seems about right. Yeah, that's how I feel, Noctis. It's not like awful. Guardian Ape. I think Guardian Ape's pretty cool too. I'd say I'd give Guardian Ape a nice B, but not as high as Genichiro. The like second phase reveal is such a good moment, though. That definitely adds to it. I'd probably put Guardian Ape about here. Yeah. The Folding Screen Monkeys. This is an interesting boss, and I'm glad that they are still doing like gimmick fights like this. But it's definitely not one of my favorites. Hey, Lava. Yeah, I know. We've been going for 5 hours, but a lot of it was just Dark Souls 1. I think we spent like 90 minutes on Dark Souls 1. Because I had a lot to say. The other games were going through a lot faster because I don't have as much to say. Also, my voice is getting tired. I do think this is like not D, but it's also not great. I think I'd put it above Osiris. Is DS1 my game of the year? We might have to do that tomorrow. Our overall game rankings for the year. Because this is taking so long. Headless Ape? This is the duo fight, right? From a speedrunner point of view. I mean, I've never speedrun Sekiro. But from what I've seen, the monkeys are pretty consistent in speedruns. The two games on here I have never done a speedrun for is Bloodborne and Sekiro. So this is the double ape fight. I gotta say, like, my experience with this fight is not a good one. But I have seen, like, better players than me, like, fucking demolish this fight. But just going off my own experience, we didn't even switch to Sekiro music. Is there even Sekiro music on here? I don't think there is. It's fine. For at least for my experience for this, I can't put this very high. Like, I'd probably put this about here. Okay, Dim Jug, good night. I was playing Sekiro the other day too. Your controller wouldn't work in Dark Souls 1? What's this insane controller issues? Do I know why? No, I have no idea.
Oh my. 12.
Yo, Craven, thanks for the actually 12 months. What's up, dude? Do you want to vote for anything, Craven? All right, Corrupted Monk. Corrupted Monk is pretty cool, and I gotta say, like, the speedrun strat is pretty fucking badass. This is actually a speedrun strat that I've done before. Turtle ring? Okay. I think I would put Corrupted Monk about here. Yeah. Good, Craven. Just trying to work through this list. This epic fucking list. Before my voice goes out, man. Okay, Great Shinobi Owl. This is the first owl, right? I think this is the first owl. Yeah. I gotta say, this is definitely one of the better fights as well. I don't think I like it as much as Genichiro, though. I think I will put it, like, actually right beneath Genichiro, though. I like I like second owl more. Is that weird? I don't know if that's a typical opinion, but I like second owl more. I think Emma is pretty cool. I like Emma more than Monk for sure. What would I put Emma versus Guardian Ape? Probably not as interesting as Guardian Ape for me. Well, I don't know. Emma's kind of like... Actually, maybe I don't want to put Emma above Corrupted Monk. She is a little plain. Four Kings S tier is crazy? Nah. Peak boss. If you play Dark Souls 1 for 10,000 hours, you would also think that Four Kings is S tier. That's just how it works. Yeah, I think I'm going to put Emma a little lower, like about here. You get right on that? Yeah, come back and let me know. I think Emma is like just, she's okay. She's just like, you know, I feel like these two bosses are like connected. You know what I mean? Maybe I should just rate them together. Like, I'm going to rate like Radagon and Elden Beast together as well. Even though they're split apart. Like together, I feel like this is like... Probably like below Guardian Ape. Probably actually directly below Guardian Ape. Above Penetrator. And I'm going to rank them together. True Corrupted Monk, I think, is just like a better version of this fight. That also has a similar like speedrun trick to it. I guess not similar, but, you know, a phase skip. think I'd probably put it about here under Storm King. Storm King is such a like bellwether for me. All right, Divine Dragon is like first playthrough tier, like peak, but like after that, this is one of those bosses that falls off a fucking cliff after your first playthrough, which makes me want to put it in like D, but maybe it just deserves to be like low C, kind of like Yorm. Yeah, because it's like, it's not like it's like super bad even on subsequent playthroughs. It's just kind of boring. I think it probably put it just above Yorm. That seems about right. See, Owl Father is like strong. I think this might, I probably put this above Genichiro for me. Like about here. Your favorite boss ever? It is very good. It's hard for me to have like a strong opinion about it because I haven't played Sekiro as much. And this is also not a boss. This is like, you know, a optional boss that you won't necessarily encounter every playthrough. So I haven't had as much experience with this boss to put it any higher. Yeah, I'm not going to rank the inner ones because I actually haven't played. I've only done inner Genichiro. So I think Demon of Hatred is not that great. I don't think it's like truly bad, but I don't like it that much. It just doesn't fit the game in my opinion, but I don't think it's like awful. I think it's going to be kind of like a mid-C for me. I think just above Blue Smelter feels about right. Inner, they like, remember they did like that Sekiro update that wasn't quite DLC? They included like some stronger versions of these bosses. Slightly different. Okay, here's my take here, y'all. I don't know if y'all agree. And I'm going to pair these together because they're the same fucking fight. This is the best boss fight that they have ever made. Ishin Sword Saint. This is the best thing they've ever done. I'm not even like I like Sekiro, but it's not my favorite like Souls game at all, or From Software game. Like this may be like 5th favorite, 6th favorite. This boss is fucking amazing. It is fucking amazing. Even the first phase, which is not like the best part, doesn't really detract that much from it. Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's anything that's gonna beat it. Oh, best final boss. Easy. Easily the best final boss. But like, I'm just saying like the best boss, period. Okay. Elden Ring time. We're getting near the end, y'all. We're getting near the end. Changing music. We have, first up, Leonin Misbegotten. I think that this list is basically all of the achievement bosses from Elden Ring. Leonin Misbegotten is like fucking mid. It's like it's a DS2 boss with a little more going on. Like, I feel like it is like here. You put it in D. I mean, it's not like horrible. It's not horrible. D's when I just really get to like, okay, this is kind of crappy. This is genuinely kind of bad. C's kind of like, eh. I don't think Demon of Song's that bad. No. I think it's definitely lower C, but it's not like super offensive, you know. Ishin best boss. Oh yeah. Ancestor Spirit. I don't think this boss is that good. It definitely has good vibes, which give it a little bit higher of a ranking. Like the first time you fight this boss is pretty cool. Like the music and everything is like nice. But he's just kind of annoying. Mostly because he fucking runs away a lot. Like the worst part about this boss is the arena. He's way too big. Yeah, he's a huge time waster. Yeah. So, you know, I'll give him points for the first playthrough vibes, but like subsequent playthroughs, this guy is just like lame. I will probably put him. I don't. It's kind of like Divine Dragon-ish to me, but like doesn't even have as much of an impact on first playthrough. I think bottom of C makes sense. It's basically solely off gameplay, Dread, but vibes are important because I'm also factoring in like your first playthrough experience, which is certainly a different experience than like subsequent playthroughs. So vibes are important, but like their specific like lore, no, we're not considering like lore very heavily. Dude, I think Margit is awesome boss. I think Margit's fantastic. One of the best bosses in the game. He likes to jump away a lot. That's about the only negative about him. I'd probably put him in A. Like above Dark Lurker. I think this is like... Well, I don't know. Yeah, I think so, actually. I think Margit's really good. First playthrough is good to think about. Yeah, of course. It's certainly a consideration. Some bosses are like shitty on your first playthrough. Some are great on your first playthrough. And then it flips whenever you play the games more. This boss that was awesome your first time is like, now it's like super lame. And true vice versa as well. I think Godric is also pretty good. I wouldn't put him as good as Margit, but I think Godric's a good boss fight. Like, I would put Margit or Godric probably right above the Rotten here. Dragonkin, Soldier of Noxtella. I don't love this boss. He's just kind of annoying, but he's not like extremely bad. I'll tell you, this guy in randomizers like kicks my ass because I don't fight him that often. And when he's scaled upwards, he's so annoying. Yeah, his phase 2 is a lot more annoying. I don't know if I would put him in D, though. Maybe I would. I think I'll put him in low C above Ancestor Spirit. I don't think he's like... D is really just like where things are like bad for whatever reason. I think Loretta's okay. I don't think she's like amazing. Like I'd probably put her near the top end of C or middle C. I think she's above Dirty Colossus. ONS and Artorias are just kind of fucking weird because they're like good and flawed at the same time. I think I'd put Loretta about here. I'd put her about here. Yeah. This feels about right. She's cool, but she's not like anything super amazing. Okay, I genuinely fucking hate this boss. Although maybe like Nightreign is coloring my opinion of the Red Wolf, because Nightreign Red Wolf is like the fucking worst shit ever, dude. God, I hate this boss. Without a sword, he's so much more annoying. I guess with a sword, he's like not nearly as bad. Like, I think he's better than the Dragonkin. This actually might be a... Dude, we got 3 Elden Rings in a row right here. This is the precise, correct position for them as well. Yeah, the sword version isn't nearly as bad. Renala. I think Renala is a interesting fight. The first phase is a little like dull after you've done it multiple times though. And then second phase is like she's a little like weak but also annoying at the same time. She can do like shit tons of damage. I don't think it's a D. I don't think it's a B. I think she's going to be right at home in C. And it's going to be better than these other things. I don't think she's great on multiple playthroughs, but I don't think she's awful. Like, I'd probably put her about here. Kind of next to the Demon Souls, like the gimmick fights here. But probably above Witches. This feels about right for her. Yeah. Magma Worm Makar. This is also like a C. He's okay. Nothing super amazing. Nothing super bad either. I'd put him above Old Demon King. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'd put him above Old Demon King. Yeah, this feels about the right spot for him. Somewhere around here. Remember, like, the individual, like, rankings within them are, like, hard to get exactly right. But he's somewhere in here. Elimer of the Briar. You know what? I think I've only fought this dude, like, twice. Is this just, like, a, bell-bearing hunter equivalent, though? No, I fought him like 4 times, man. But I think like maybe only one time did I fight him where I didn't just completely destroy him. Yeah, I feel like he's just like a bell-bearing hunter. I think he probably goes above like the Misbegotten. Moog. So this is Underground Moog, who I think is okay. Not as good as the other Moog. I think he's going to be a C tier. He doesn't have as much stuff going on. And also, I do not like his arena. It's like dark and it has these benches in it and shit. I think he's okay. It's like definitely a big step up his other version. That being said, I think I'd probably put him about here. Piss Godfrey. Piss Godfrey's pretty good. I'd probably put him about low B. Not as good as the true Godfrey, but he's okay. Pretty good. Like, he's basically just like the same, like, kind of fun, arcadey, like, boss fight, like Godfrey is, but not without the Horaloo side, which I don't know. Some people don't like Horaloo, so. Well, I guess Godfrey, the other Godfrey, also has like a little bit more of a second phase too. So yeah, just a more simplistic version of the other Godfrey. I'd probably put him about here. Oh, I don't know. I think he's kind of a fun fight. I'd put him above Godric. Yeah. Morgott. I think Morgott's awesome. After, like, getting a lot more experience with Morgott, this fight's really enjoyable to me. I don't know if I'd put him above Margit, though. Maybe I would. Oh, I think they're pretty damn close. I think I'm just gonna put them right next to each other. Oh yeah, no, he's not that bad. He's not that hard. Especially once you get used to him. 'Cause he's not very tanky. Not super hard to stagger either. This is a really good boss in general. I'm kind of just going to put these next to each other. I could see someone finding him to be S. Godskin Noble. On his own? Like, fine? I wouldn't put him in B. I think he makes sense about here. Somewhere in the middle of C. B because of the music. I don't think that's strong enough for me to consider him higher. Godskin Apostle. Oh, we have Rykard, actually. I think Rykard is the best version of this type of boss. Best they've ever done with this. Like, better than Storm King. And that would... I think that's actually fair, just putting him, like, right above Storm King. But do I really think Rykard's below Godric? Yeah, I think this is about right. This is about my position for him. Dude, I actually hate Godskin Apostle. Does anybody else fucking hate Godskin Apostles? I don't think it's like so bad I would put him in D. You hate Noble more? I hate Noble more in the like the duo fight, but on their own, I'd rather fight Noble than Apostle. If that makes sense. They're kind of meh. I do think they're a little meh. I just find these guys annoying as fuck. I'd probably put him about, like, here. Me too, Vic. Dude, when I did my rune level 1 run, I was stuck on a fucking Godskin Apostle forever. Radon. I think Radon's pretty solid. And you know what? I fought this guy before he was nerfed and after he was nerfed. It feels about the fucking same. I don't think that it didn't feel like there was a big difference between his nerf and unnerfed versions. I do remember the first time I fought this guy, I was like, this is crazy. I don't know how anyone's going to like be able to do this fast in a speedrun. But then of course, like, we got way better and now he's fine. But I think this is a good fight. I think there's definitely a bigger difference in the nerf for Consort Radon and pre-nerf Consort. This fight's just really cool. I'm thinking high B. Like, about here. This feels about right to me. Mimicked here. Just like so medium. I think it's kind of cool. But like, you know, subsequent playthroughs, this is just such a like nothing boss. First playthrough is pretty cool. Good vibes for first playthrough. And it's not like, it goes by so fast that it's kind of like, at least, you know, isn't offensive. If Mimic Tier is mid, it's because you're mid. I think it actually makes sense about, like, with the gimmick bosses here. Yeah, about here. Regole Ancestor Spirit. I mean, it's just like basically the same as Ancestor Spirit. Astel. Oh no, we're on Valley and Gargoyles. I hate this boss. This is like gonna be a D for me. I think the poison like range is way too large for this boss. F. Where would I put this? Probably about here. Actually, yeah, I think this feels about right. With these other like shitty, like annoying. There's a lot of like duo gank fights here at the bottom of D tier. Okay, Astel's okay. Astel kind of like runs away a bit too much. I don't think I'd put Astel in B. But I think Astel might be kind of like a mid C. Like, this actually feels like a good spot for Astel. Very interesting fight. Like, has really like good first playthrough vibes, but like is ultimately not that interesting gameplay wise, I gotta say. No Dark Eater Madeir love? It's an A tier. Madeir's an A. That's great. Okay, Fia's Champions. I think this might be an F. This fight sucks ass. F for Fia, yeah. I think so. Like... I think it's probably just above half-light. Truly awful fight. What's funny is, like, I have Calamite and F, but it's also, like... At least I know how to fight Calamite. He's just annoying, motherfucker. I'm just leaving Calamite at the top of F. Fortisex. I don't like Fortisex. I also don't like this fight at all. I think this is actually a D. This fight could have been a lot better. I think the lightning like effect when you're near him is just so annoying that it genuinely makes the fight not very fun. Like, it feels like a bit like Sanctuary Guardian tier. This fight could have been a lot cooler too. I feel like just a couple changes, making this boss easier to stagger, making like the lightning effect not as annoying would go a long way to make this fight better. Fire Giant. Fucking D. I don't know. I wouldn't call it like an F. But he's probably about a D. Maybe a low D. I guess he's not as bad as like these. This feels about right. Yeah, this fight's just annoying. F for fire. Yeah, Dire Giant. Yep. Godskin Duo. Is this an F? Is this an F? I think it might be. I don't know. It doesn't even have like the upside of like Ornstein and Smo. And is also more annoying than Ornstein and Smo. They can be slept, that's fair. I think this might just be a low D. It's just another for the pile of like bad ganks. Yeah, I think this is about a right spot for it. Yeah, but even the pillars are like lame because they're not like gonna consistently help you. I wish the pillars had a little bit more height to them after they get broken. I think that would actually make the fight a lot better. Okay, Placidusax. Very, very cool fight. Very, very cool fight. Has some annoying like things about him for like subsequent runs. Like he kind of just takes a little too long. He's a little too tanky. And like I remember like speed running. Like this guy was like such an important boss to like one cycle, and it really like affected your build, which is interesting. But also it's like I don't like how bad it is when you don't one cycle him. Straight up just lose like a minute. But I do think he's a very cool fight. Very It's like a nice cinematic fight without being super boring on subsequent playthroughs, you know? Which gives them points for sure. I'm feeling like a high B. Like, I think he fits probably just above Fool's Idol here, below Starscourge Radon. Because I think Starscourge Radon's a little more fun, but they're also both like kind of like these epic cinematic fights that are cool the first time you do them. I think Malekith is really good. The one thing about Malekith is he's just, you know, doesn't have enough HP. But like, I think he's great. I think I'd probably put him above Margit. This feels like a nice spot right here. Well, Citizax is D. I don't think he's that bad. I think he's fun. I think he's a fun fight. He is like a little drawn out, and I'll definitely give you that. If like the length of his fight can be a little lame. I think he's a much more enjoyable fight than like these other things. And he also has like crazy, like cool cinematic experience. Like, so a high cinematic experience mixed with like actually fun fight. More fun than Gargoyles? Which Gargoyles? Like Bell Gargoyles? Yeah, no, he absolutely gets points for like first playthrough experience, Placidusax. But I actually don't think like he drops off that much either. Placidusax? Yeah, I would say he's more fun than Bell Gargoyles, yeah. I'm surprised people have that low of opinion of Placidusax. I don't know. Like, I thought he's pretty fun. Like, I fought this boss a lot and found him to be pretty fun. The one negative is, like, his fights can take a while. Malekith is too squishy, absolutely. But at the same time, it's kind of cool to fuck a boss up. I don't really like this boss. You're biased towards big-ass dragons. I don't know. Maybe it's because I suck at this boss, but I just really don't like him. I don't like the beginning when you have, like, the ads. And even once you get the ads out of the way, I don't even like fighting him anyways. Maybe it would be better if I was a little better at this fight. But I think this is kind of like a D for me. Like, about here. I don't think it's super bad, but I don't think it's great either. I think it's a D for me, but I don't think it's bottom D. You just like every dragon fight that makes you hit their feet and tail for most of it. Okay. That is definitely a problem with some of their dragon fights. But at least you're not like underneath him like you are with like Calamite, for example. Moog, Lord of Blood. I think this is a great fight. Do I think it's A tier? Maybe. I think that like this fight, which might put it for A tier for me, is I think like the consideration that you have to take for fast fights where you're trying to one cycle him adds a cool mini game. This is kind of one of the reasons why I like forking so much, is because the mini game that you have to play in order to minimize how many kings that you kill is like just adds more complexity to the fight in a good way, more variation to the fight. And I think Moog has that going for him as well. I will say he has a few attacks that make you have to fucking run away. Like his like attack where he does like the blood rain on him. That shit sucks. But I think this is a pretty fun fight. That is actually better the more you fight him. I don't think I'd put him above Morgott, though. I think this is fair. Above Dark Lurker. The other Loretta is just like the same fucking thing. She's just has more HP. Basically. More damage. Melania! This is a fight that I think is fun, but also fucked up. At the same time, I think though I don't like her going into like neutral a lot. And just like the constant threat of waterfowl is so annoying. Even if you get good at dodging waterfowl like up close, it just sucks. I hate it. I think she's a really fun fight, but like she just has like really problematic bullshit that makes her less bad or less good. And then also like for speedruns, she also has problems that make her annoying. I feel like this is a fight that is similar to ONS and Artorias, where it's like, yeah, there's some really good things going on, but there's also some really fucking annoying things going on that really like make her worse. But I still think I would put her above these. Like, I'd put her probably about here. Like, lots of positives and lots of heavy negatives that kind of just average her out to a high C. Seath domination continues. This is the wall, the Seath wall. Are you better than Seath? No. You like Neil without the ads? I don't, but like I said, I think it might be kind of like I'm just not good at him. Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. F. No. Like, yeah, you're a fucking F, dude. I'll put you above Half-Light, I guess. Does Gideon get a boost for his name in the opening cinematic? No, he doesn't. Fuck this guy. Okay. Horaloo Godfrey. Oh, they actually paired them together. That's weird. I think this is one of the best fights in the game. Is this an S? Might be an S. Actually, this is a good argument for the best fight in the game. Yeah, I think I'm going to put this as an S. Just below Gale. I think Horaloo is definitely a downgrade, the second phase, but it's still like good. It's still good, especially once you get a little better at Horaloo. So here's the problem: is this is actually the best fight in Elden Ring, in my opinion, but he's stapled to this fucking bullshit, which makes this like way worse because I'm pairing them together. The thing is Radagon good enough to keep Elden Beast lifted up into A tier? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna have to drop them down to B because I truly do not like Elden Beast. I truly dislike this boss. I will give this boss points for first playthrough. This is a cool boss. Where's Artorias and why isn't he an S? Because Artorias is honestly an extremely fucking boring fight. After the first time you fight Artorias, he's really fucking boring. The first playthrough experience of Artorias, S tier. S tier. Everything after that, fucking boring. Hi, Nugget. I hate fighting him. It's just like I'm just sitting there waiting for him to attack. Twiddling my fucking thumbs. Or I'm just like fucking like putting on a shit ton of armor and mashing R1. It's like, it's just boring. You either have to play super passive or you just like hammer him to death. That's why I don't like him. Hi, Spacey. I think we're taking a little longer than you took, Spacey. What a tier list, I know. I think I'm going to leave Radagon Elden Beast low A tier. Just because I fucking love Radagon, dude. And Elden Beast does have good vibes on first playthrough. And they did make it to where you can summon Torrent on Elden Beast. But I will say that like my experience with Torrent on Elden Beast has been like, holy fuck, I have no idea how to fight this guy with Torrent, and just getting annihilated. Divine Beast, Dancing Lion. Pretty cool. I remember being a little annoyed by this boss because it felt like it was really hard to be aggressive on him in some of his second phases, but after getting better at him, like you can get a lot more aggression on him. These are going to be a little harder for me to rate because I haven't fought him that much either. At least not recently. I think I'm going to put Dancing Lion in B though. And I'll probably put him about here. This seems about right. Owl Father is the best one. I have Ishin as number 1 right now. Sword Saint. Alfather's an A though. Rilana. I kind of hate this fight. This feels like a mixed bag kind of fight. It's like I want to like it, but she just annoys me so fucking much. This is like not breaking the Seath wall. Back behind Seath. I think this is about right. Oh, see, that's a big thing, James. We don't give a fuck about the lore. The lore is the last thing that matters for us here. I want to like it, lighter, but I just couldn't get into it, man. It is like 90% of its combat. Vibes are important though on first playthrough consideration, because we're considering first playthrough, we're considering subsequent playthroughs, and then there's going to be some speedrunning considerations as well, because that's where my point of view comes from. So think of it kind of like a composite of those three perspectives: first playthrough, subsequent playthroughs, challenge, and speedruns. And for your first playthrough, vibes are important, which setup is important, but like the lore, not necessarily. She looks cool as fuck, and that's about it. I mean, she's got some cool stuff going for her, but she is fucking annoying. She is fucking annoying. She's not breaking the Seath wall. That's what I'll say. Golden Hippo. I hate the spinning spikes on this boss a lot. Other than that, it's like fine. I don't think it's gonna go high, but I don't think it's gonna be a D tier one. I would probably put it about here. Behind the wall. Yeah, the camera's also kind of a problem for this fight. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that great either. Gaius. I don't like this fight that much, but I think I'm also bad at this fight. This is one of the fights that I like genuinely just always cheese the fuck out of this guy. And so now I never really learned how to fight him, which makes me way worse at him. But I don't think he's that bad. I don't think he's that great either. Yeah, his charge is like pretty fucking annoying. I don't think I'm going to get him in B. Does he break the wall? Nah. I think I'm gonna put him about here, actually. Nashka. Okay, Mesmer is actually good, though. Mesmer, I think we can put Mesmer in A. And it's gonna go above Radagon. I think I can put it above Moog as well. I don't know if I like Mesmer more than Margit or Morgott, though. Or Malakath. Maybe. Actually, yeah. Simply because Beast Clergyman is such a weak part of Malakath, although I don't think he's as weak as some people say. I think I will put Mesmer here. That's funny, Spacey. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know that story, but I share it on here every now and then. I don't like this boss. But I don't know if I want to put it in D. I feel like this boss feels about here for me. There's some, like, just timing on some of his attacks I really don't fucking like. I don't like having to hit his stupid flower head. The, like, multiple phases is annoying. I feel like I liked it a lot more the first time I fought it, though. You have one complaint, but you'll save it for the end. Okay. Is it a Sekiro boss? It's not. Okay. Is it Osiris? It's gonna be Nashka. Not from your games. Okay. Spacey's just not going to claim Dark Souls 3. Putrescent Knight. I also don't love this boss either. I don't think it's like that bad. Does it break the wall? I don't think so. I think it's actually going to be like here. I love the Seath wall, dude. Where did I put Pinwheel? Pinwheel's in D tier. Middle of D tier. Why is the femboy in D? Gwendolyn? Because Gwendolyn sucks. Gwendolyn's not a very fun boss fight. Okay, Max. I think Bale's pretty good. I like Bale more. I remember like hating Bale when I first fought him, but I also just sucked at him. I think Bale's not bad though. Bale's a pretty fun boss. Bale's another like dragon where you don't have to like fight him on his like feet. Running simulator. Bale does cause you to run a bit. That's fair. I think Bale was pretty fun for speedrunning because you can like set up a lot of staggers on him. Or you mean like Gwendolyn? I don't think Gwendolyn's a good fight for speedrunning or for outside of speedrunning. Oh, you mean Gwendolyn. Okay, yeah. Gwendolyn's a cool character, but the fight is fucking stupid. I don't know if I want to put Bale in A. Maybe I do. I genuinely do like Bale, and I think Bale has immaculate vibes. Like, really high first playthrough vibes. Even if it frustrated the shit out of me. I think we can put it above Dark Lurker. And I think I'll put it above Moog as well. I think it's fair to have some annoyances with Bale, but I genuinely like it. Yeah, I don't think he's as good as Madir. I'll agree with you on that. Romina. I don't think this fight's that good. I don't think it's awful. Behind the wall. What's up, Soupy? Jory, this fight sucks, dude. Where do I put you in D? Genuinely ass fight. Like... Honestly, I think it might be an F. Yeah. Why not F? I don't know. I'm considering. I think this is an F. Yeah. Like, I'd rather do V as champs than do Jory. Yeah, Jory's pretty bad. Yeah, this seems about right. Midra. Okay, I think this boss is overly glazed, but it is not a bad fight. I'd say it gets into the B. It breaks the wall, but it is like definitely overly glazed. I'd say it is better than the Dancing Lion. Yeah. I think this is about where I'd put this, yeah. Mid? I think it's a little better than mid. But it is like really heavily glazed by some people. I do not like this boss at all. In fact, I think this boss probably deserves a D. But where? Like, I think right next to Fortisax makes sense. This boss is super, like, annoying, and its weakness, like, being able to stagger it is, like, a little too, like, strong at the same time. Like, it's just balanced all weird. Yeah, you can definitely kill it too easily, but at the same time, it's, like, annoying. Like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this one. Any tips for Margit? In general, Burnham, I would say use charged R2s. Learn how to put in charged R2s or jump attacks to stagger bosses. And then you will probably be able to beat Elden Ring. Count Emir is on here? Why is this on here? This fight is funny. I don't think it's a good fight. Ever fought this guy? He starts spawning in a bunch of little hands. It's funny as shit. It's not a good fight though. No, fuck it. We're not ranking you. Get out of here. Mikola's followers. F. F. Worse than Half-Light. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna rank him, Denny. Need a new rank. F-. I don't know. I think, like, it doesn't quite breach these really bad ones. Well, you could argue that it does, honestly. I don't think anything's as bad as Aldia. Fucking hate this boss. Ancient Dragon is, like, good argument for the worst. Okay. Final Elden Ring boss, all right? Consort Radahn. So if we're gonna rate Consort Radahn like pre-nerf, I'd probably put him like behind the wall. Post nerf, he's peak. Post nerf. Hey Colin, what's up? Post nerf, I like him a lot. Post nerf, genuinely really fun. Post nerf. Hey, Game Tapes. Yeah, Ludwig is... Right now, we got him as the third best. You still hate Phase 2 Purse Nerf? I think that's fair. I don't mind Phase 2 that much. Oh, it's very much gameplay-wise, Himbeer. It's going to be, like, first playthrough considerations, second... subsequent playthroughs considerations, and then speedrunning and challenge running considerations for just overall quality of the fight. And, you know, vibes and atmosphere count for like the first playthrough experience. Yeah, I think he's an A. And it's purely on post nerf. And I think like the spectacle of him was pretty fucking cool the first time I fought him, even though it was hard as shit. But now, so like it's honestly kind of the best of both worlds. You get this crazy spectacle, difficult boss that you had to overcome for your first playthrough. And then they nerf him. And now you just get a more fun fight that you get to fight anytime. But I will say that there's a bit too much visual noise with his second phase. The only reason Elden Beast is in A tier is because Radagon drags him up to A tier. Nameless got dragged down a lot by his first phase game tapes. I think I would put Consort Radon like here. This is, of course, post nerf. I think Bale's a spectacle is way better. I think Bale is a more fun fight though. Or Consort is a more fun fight. I will say though, like I've practiced the fuck out of this dude because I did a +0 DLC run, and I got fairly good at Consort Radon. So I've like that perspective. If you like, you know, fought him a couple times and had an ass time because he was hard as shit, I don't blame you for not liking him. But after I practiced him a whole lot, I started enjoying him more. You don't like Radagon, Doug? What the fuck? Radagon's my favorite boss in Elden Ring. He's just stapled to, like, an annoying one. Vanilla Radon is high B. Below Mesmer looks right. I think so as well. For me, yeah. Okay, I guess that's fair, Doug. All right, that's Elden Ring. It's done. Is there a Nightreign playlist on here? There is. All right, Gladius. I don't know how to rank these. I guess I'll rank them solo because that's where most of my fighting time with them is, honestly, solo. Gladius, cool when he's a single boss. When he splits up, it's just like kind of running away a whole lot. You can like try to be aggressive to fight his split up phases, but you just can't always really safely do that. You're playing Nightreign right now? Let's fucking go. But I don't know. I think Gladius is definitely better in multiplayer. I don't think he's going to breach the wall. Because my opinion of him is certainly colored by my single player experience. Yeah, Spacey. And sometimes you try to burst him down and you just get fucked up. I think this about fits right here. Adele. I think Adele is poggers. Adele breaches the wall. Wait, is this the... Okay, so this is the non-Everdark version. Yeah, I think Adele is good. Which I didn't like at this boss at first, but the more I fought it, the more I liked it. Yeah, the Everdarks are split apart, apparently. I would put Adele about here. Noster, hate this boss. Garbage. I put this in fucking D. Like, about this actually feels about right. In the bin. Yeah, it's, man, I just find him so annoying. And then, like, the way you end up fighting him by just getting on the butt of the fucking scorpion is just, like, not that interesting. Maris. This is like just a low tier fight because it's kind of boring. Kind of like, you know, a King a Lot situation. I'd probably put it about here. It is like kind of pretty. It at least you have ways to fight it as a melee, but it's like, I don't know. It definitely bores me quite a bit. Libra, awesome. Libra's awesome. Fantastic fight. Probably my favorite fight, I would say. Well, I don't know. It's certainly close. This might be my favorite Nightreign boss. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Spacey. Really cool. Really cool boss. I think I'd put it actually just above Midra. Yeah. Fulgor. I don't think so, Spacey. Fulgor is also really good too. I think I like Libra a little bit more. I think Fulgor is going to get pretty damn close, though. I think I'd put Fulgor about here. Yeah, Libra is good. At least non-Everdark. Caligo is a nice cinematic fight, but it's a little, like, meh. I think it's more fun than Divine Dragon, though. I think the gameplay is a little better than these other things. Like, I think this is a pretty reasonable place. Like, low, mid, C for Caligo. Yeah, great music in Caligo, great atmosphere, but not like really the best gameplay. Not like awful though. No, I would agree with you on that, Noctis. I don't know. I feel weird ranking the Everdarks because I don't have a ton of experience with some of them. I actually haven't even fought like the Everdark Balancers yet. I think Holstor is pretty good too. Holstor is pretty sweet. I think Holstor's like actually above Fulgor for me. I'd put him like here above Midra, just below Libra. I don't know. He's like he's not that hard to deal with like some experience with him. And you need to make sure that you well, I don't know. Even when he goes into his ult phase, it's not that bad. It just takes some experience. I think Everdark is like awful though. I don't know. I didn't like him that much either, Himbeer, until I fought him more. And now I think Libra's really fun. Okay. The Everdarks. I don't think I have great opinions of these because I haven't fought him a lot. I have fought Adele Everdark a bit, and he's about the same as normal Adele. The Animus is about just as well. Actually, the one thing about this one that's like okay is that you don't have to fight the beginning part as much, but it like literally starts in the most annoying fucking phase. So I don't know. Gladius is. I'm just gonna like kind of rate them like right next to it. This guy is well, I don't know. I'm gonna put him lower. For me, I think I just don't know how to fight this Everdark because I just got destroyed by him. I'm gonna put him pretty low. But this could be a skill issue thing. Like here. Everdark Fulgor is great, yes. In fact, arguably better than normal Fulgor. Which I will probably put, yep. I'll put him just above. Everdark Libra. F? Maris? Everdark Maris? F? Like, even more F? Caligo? Not that great. Yeah, I think so, Borje. I don't know where I'd put this. I only fought this one a few times. These Everdark Nightreign bosses are definitely the ones where I'm like, what's my vibe on them? This feels about right. But like, you know, this could be a skill issue thing. I only fought this boss like 3 times. Balancers. All right. This boss is kind of cool. But I don't really know where to put it because I haven't fought it enough. The folding monkeys are kind of bottom of C tier. Yeah, I'm sure it's very easy to tell. I don't think that this beats the wall, the Seath wall. But I haven't fought it enough to really say. The camera boss? What, Centipede Demon? It's an F tier. Okay, this is Dreglord. I think Dreglord's cool, but I only fought him one time. So, like, I don't know if he's actually, like, really good. I'm going to put him like a speculative B. Bottom of B, because he seemed pretty fun. Okay. Done. That took so long. That literally took like 5 hours. Although, to be fair, we spent like 90 minutes in Dark Souls 1 alone. So. Flame Lurker in D? Yeah, this boss sucks. Annoying ass motherfucker. Piece of shit. What do you think you should be an F? It's fair. Huge Flame Lurker defender. Where's Artorias? C. Artorias is a S tier first playthrough boss that is like a D tier boss for every other playthrough. That's your only complaint. Okay, fair, Spacey. I was surprised that like it's about Flame Lurker though. Is Bloodborne included? Yeah. Get your questions in, because I know this isn't the easiest thing to read. To just look at it and tell. If you want to know where I ranked something, now's the time to do it. Where's Nightreign Artorias? Nowhere. Only thing I'm zooming in on is that sweater. Yeah. I got more holiday sweaters. Manus is the number 2 boss because this is a stapled together boss. So. Yeah, I mean, the only one that got to S tier for me, Spacey, is Horlu Godfrey. Radagon would be S tier, but since he's stapled to Elden Beast, he gets moved down. A boss rush enemy, is it? I thought this was just the first phase of Ishin. Iron Golem A tier, yeah. It's the Ishin intro. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's the first phase, but only distinct in boss rush. Well, what about Emma? Because they also have Emma on here. There's a lot of things in this list that should be stapled together, but they're not. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, there's these inner ones. Inner Genichiro, inner Father, inner Ishin. I just did not rank them because I don't have enough experience to give an opinion. I mean, this is basically Ishin number 1, and then he just happens to have a first phase that this person split up for some reason. You didn't quite have 4 Kings in S, but you had a lot of fun with them in SL1. This is a pick, 4 Kings in S, that pretty much nobody would have unless they maybe have played the game like a shit ton. And even if you have played it a shit ton, you might not agree with that, but I don't think this is going to be the opinion of someone that's played the game like less than 500 hours. This is a like holy shit, I've played the game too much opinion. You know? Here, I can read off at least like the S's and the A's. Number 1, Ishin. Sword Saint. Number 2, Manus. Number 3, Ludwig. Number 4, Fume Knight. Number 5, Four Kings. Number 6, Burnt Ivory King. Number 7, Dragon Slayer Armor. Number 8, Slave Knight Gale. Number 9, Horaloo Godfrey. That's S tier. I'm not even going to say the numbers anymore. I'm going to forget. A tier in order. Suralon. Quelaag. Maiden Estraya. Lady Maria. Iron Golem. Garamond. Gascoigne. Champion Gundyr. Lothric. Mesmer. Consort Radon. Post-nerf. Malekith. Madir. Dancer. Soul of Cinder. Father Owl. Margit and Morgott, Bale, Moog, Dark Lurker, Radagon, and Elder Beast. That's my S and A. If you want to see my Fs, Calamite, Fias Champs, Gideon Offnear, Half-Light, Miquella's Followers, Jory, Royal Rat Authority, Old King Allant, Centipede Demon, Libra Everdark, Maris Everdark, Ancient Dragon, Aldia. The Lightning Sky Dragon in Sekiro is sweet. It is sweet, but it's a lot less cool after you fought it one time.